Hello, everyone. Welcome to WordCamp Philly 2020. I'm Crystal Knapp.
And I'm Laura Byrne-Cristiano, and we are the co-lead organizers of WordCamp Philly 2020. We have a great day planned here, and we're excited that you all are here. Before we give you a brief list of the things you need to know to make the day run more smoothly, there are some important people we need to thank.
A huge thanks to the WordCamp Philly organizing team. Team members planned for our WordCamp for several months, volunteering many hours of their time to make today happen. Thanks to Alyssa, Amy, Dave, Don, Donna, Erica, George, Jason, Michelle, Wynn, Ruth, Tom, and Yardell. Thanks also to all of the volunteers who are helping us today. A shout out to Jody, Taco, Mike, Ashley, Eric, Kevin, Brandon, Lynn, Ida, and Ahmed.
We also want to thank all of our sponsors. You can find them on our Sponsor Hub page that has links to some awesome discounts from our sponsors. They also have links to their sponsor booths that are being held by our gold sponsors. And speaking of our gold sponsors, we would like to especially thank Bluehost, GoDaddy Pro, Janos, Jetpack, Nexus, Wiedenhammer, WP Engine, WooCommerce, and Yoast. Without them, WordCamp Philly would not be able to happen. So please do stop by the sponsor booths in between our break sessions. We've put in a lot of time for you to go and check out what those sponsors have. And they all have programming at their booths during the break times.
We also have some limited edition swag available online for you. Check out this coffee mug featuring 2 of the 2020 WAPUs designed by team members Alyssa and Jason. Our swag store is only open till tomorrow, so if you want your commemorative mug, just make sure to place your order by then. Just click the swag link on the WordCamp Philly website menu to place your order.
So here's a little overview of the day. When we came up with the schedule, we wanted to make sure that you had a wide variety of things to enjoy. Links to whatever you need is all on the schedule page. We have traditional talks in track 1 and track 2, and those talks are fully captioned with cart captioning. We also have some unique programming over in track 3, including a student and teacher panel and much, much more. We have plenty of break time built in, as we said, so you can visit the sponsors in their booths, and many of these sponsors have additional programming in their booths during the break times. They've got product demos, giveaways, trivia, and more, so definitely check it out on the Sponsor Hub page. We also will have a help desk and hallway track happening where you can network with other attendees, ask a question if you're trying to find something, or get help with their WordPress website. So do check out the schedule time as to what time the help desk opens, but you can go there right now for information if you need it. Crystal.
At the end of the day, we can't gather in person for the after party, but we can still have a virtual after party. So please join us after all the talks are over. You can chat with speakers, meet new people, catch up with friends, and even win some swag. And now grab a cup of coffee or tea and get ready for our first sessions of the day. Thanks again so much for joining us. Hi there, I'm Crystal Knapp. It's my pleasure to introduce David Dillon Thomas. David is the author of the book Design for Cognitive Bias, a new release from the publisher A Book Apart. He is a content strategy advocate at the Think Company and is the creator and host of the Cognitive Bias podcast. David has developed digital strategies for major clients in entertainment, healthcare, publishing, finance, and retail. Welcome, David.
Thanks for having me. So we'll go ahead and get started here. Welcome to Design for Cognitive Bias, using mental shortcuts for good instead of evil. We can certainly talk about how to use them for evil, but I feel like we've kind of got that down already. So as Crystal said, my name is David Dillon Thomas, content strategy advocate at Think Company and author of Design for Cognitive Bias. And the road to writing this book began with a podcast I do called the Cognitive Bias Podcast. And I want to tell you a little bit about how that started. A few years ago, I went to go see a talk by Iris Bonnet called Gender Equality by Design. This is an amazing talk that you should definitely look up. It's on YouTube. And in it, she, among other things, talks about how a lot of implicit bias, be it gender bias or racial bias, really boils down to pattern recognition. So let's imagine you're hiring a web developer. When I say the words web developer, the image that might just jump into your brain, unbidden, might be a skinny white guy. And it's not because you actually think that men are better programmers than women, far from it, but the pattern that you've seen over your life, whether it's in movies or television or different offices you may have worked in, is skinny white dude. And so if you see a name at the top of a resume that doesn't quite fit the pattern, we get suspicious when we see things that don't fit patterns. And so you start to give that resume the side eye. Now, when I saw that something as terrible as racial or gender bias could come down to something as simple, and dare I say human, as pattern recognition, I decided I got to learn everything I possibly can about cognitive bias. And so I did. This is the Rational Wiki page of cognitive biases. It's maybe 150 here. And I realized I am not going to figure this all out in a day. So I just took one a day, every day, and learned about it. And this turned me into the guy who wouldn't shut up about cognitive bias. So eventually my friends were like, Dave, please just get a podcast. So it's worth, from the jump, basically establishing what is cognitive bias, right? So at the end of the day, it's really just a series of shortcuts your mind takes. We need to make something like 1 trillion decisions a day. Even right now, I'm making decisions about where to look, what to do with my hands, how fast to talk. And if I were to think carefully about every single one of those decisions, I'd never get anything done. So it's actually a good thing that most of our lives are on autopilot, but occasionally the autopilot gets it wrong. And those errors we call cognitive biases. Here's a fun one. It's called illusion of control. And you can see it happen if you're playing a game where you have to roll a die. If you need a really high number, you roll the die really hard. If you need a low number, you roll it really gently. And we all know that it makes no difference how hard you throw the die. But when we have no control, we like to think that we do anyway. And so we embody that by how hard we throw the die. This one is not so harmless. It's called confirmation bias. And it's basically when you have an idea that you just can't let go of, right? And if you see evidence to confirm it, well, great, because honestly, that's all you're looking for is evidence to confirm it. But if you see evidence that doesn't confirm it, you just yell fake news and you move on. A really powerful example of this came during the Iraq War. The whole idea was we need to go into Iraq because Saddam Hussein has weapons of mass destruction and we got to get him before he gets us. Seemed very compelling. Turns out not so much with weapons of mass destruction. Within a year, the president of the United States, who had insisted there were weapons of mass destruction there, said, hey, we didn't really find anything. And regardless, people still believed that there were weapons of mass destruction there. So much so that even in 2015, when asked, about 50% of Republicans still believed that there were weapons of mass destruction there, and 36% of Democrats. So this is a very powerful bias, and we're going to come back to it. Now, these biases are very difficult to fight. Part of the problem is you may not even realize you have the bias, right? There's literally a bias called the bias blind spot, where you think you don't have any biases, but you're sure everybody else does. And part of the reason it's hard to spot is because 95% of cognition is happening below the conscious level, right? You are making decisions so quickly, your conscious mind can't even register them. So if somebody asks you why you did something, the most honest answer you can give is, how the hell should I know? Even if you know about the bias, right? You'll probably still do it. there's a bias called anchoring. And the way it works is I could ask everybody on this call to write down the last 2 numbers of your phone number. And then I could say, hey, we're going to bid on this bottle of wine. Those of you who wrote down a lower number are going to bid lower. Those of you who wrote down a higher number are going to bid higher. It's called anchoring. It's a thing. Now, here's the thing. I could, at the beginning of that experiment, say, hey, guess what? There's this thing called anchoring, and it's going to make you do something kind of stupid. Don't do it. You still do it. In fact, I could say, hey, here's this thing called anchoring. It's going to make you do something kind of stupid. I will pay you cash money if you cannot do it. You're still likely to do it. Now, the good news is that there are content and design choices that we can make that can help keep some of these biases at bay or perhaps use them for good. And that's what I want to tell you about today. So let's go back to the skinny white dude, right? So as it turns out, and experiment after experiment, if you have 2 identical resumes, and the only difference is the name at the top of the resume, if it's a male name, it tends to move up the chain. If it is a female name, it tends to stay on the pile. Now, here's the thing. Why do you need that information? What about the name is helping you make the decision, should I hire this person? Think of it like a signal to noise problem. The signal, the information that helps you make the decision, are things like the qualifications, the experience. The thing that might actually get in the way of you making a good decision are things like the gender, the race, or whatever you're reading into the name in terms of gender and race. The city of Philadelphia actually did a round of blind hiring for a web developer position. And they discovered a couple things pretty quickly. One, the best way to anonymize a resume, even in the high-tech world of web development, is to have an intern physically print out the resume, take a marker, and just redact it like a CIA document. The next thing they discovered is that as soon as they found a resume they liked, their next impulse would be to go to GitHub to see that developer's profile. The problem is, the second that profile loaded, all the personal information would be there to ruin the experiment. So clever people that they are, they created a Chrome plugin that as that GitHub profile loaded would anonymize all the personal information. And then just to complete the circle, they took that code and put it back on GitHub. It's there now if you ever want to try to use it. Another important bias to be aware of is called cognitive fluency. And it's the idea that if something looks like it's going to be easy to read, we will assume whatever it's talking about is going to be easy to do. By the same token, if something looks like it's going to be hard to read, we're going to assume whatever it's talking about is going to be hard to do. So this is a recipe for pancakes. I love pancakes. I've made a lot lately. Probably going to make some after this is over. You look at this recipe, and before I read a word, I kind of noticed that it's all kind of clumped together. The text is kind of small. And at a glance, I think to myself, you know what? I bet pancakes are hard to make. I don't know if I'm going to make pancakes. Now, take that same recipe, and let's say there's really big pictures, right? And little bursts of text. I glance at that, and again, I haven't read a word yet, but I think to myself, I bet pancakes aren't that hard. I think I might make some pancakes. A 2-minute video, forget about it. We're making pancakes. Now extend this to the world of public transportation. Let's say I'm trying to get from where I am now in Media, Pennsylvania to downtown Philly. And I'm trying to decide, do I want to take public transportation or do I want to drive? I take one look at that printed schedule and I think to myself, oh my God, public transportation is impossible. I'm driving. I take a look at the app. And again, I haven't read a word yet, but at a glance, I think, you know what? I bet public transportation isn't that bad. I might give it a shot. Now, vote in your hearts because I can't see you. How many people on this call think that Rosa Parks was born in 1912? Okay, how many people on this call think that Rosa Parks was born in 1914? Okay, you're both wrong. She was born in 1913, but the important thing to know is that in most experiments, people will pick 1914, and the reason they will is because if something is easier to read, we actually think it's more true. It gets worse. If something rhymes, we actually think it's more true, and this has consequences, right? Now, what we think is going on here is that things that are easy to process feel more certain. I'll give you an example. Let's say I asked you what you got for your 5th birthday. You might not be very certain. It's hard to remember. And if I said, oh, you got a truck, a toy truck, right? You might say, I don't know, right? It doesn't feel very certain, doesn't feel very true because it's hard to remember, hard to process. If, on the other hand, I asked you, what did you have for dinner last night? That's pretty easy to remember. You'd be pretty certain you were right about that answer. It's easy to process. It's easy to remember. Things that rhyme are easy to remember. They're easy to process, right? Things that are written in clear fonts, plain language, have visuals, easy to process, easy to remember, feel more true. Now, this becomes important when we think about things that we need people to believe. Now, there is a crisis in this country where African Americans generally do not believe health information that comes from the government. In 2002, when being prompted with the statement, the government usually tells the truth about major health issues like HIV/AIDS, only 37% of African Americans actually agreed with that statement. By the time you get to 2016, that number has dropped to 18%. Now, we could do a whole other talk about why there are legit reasons African Americans have concerns about health information coming from the government, but the fact remains this is information that could save lives. So if it needs to rhyme, if it needs to use plain language, big giant fonts and pictograms, so be it. Now, when I first put this example in the book, my editor very wisely pointed out that this is a cool example, but like, can you actually point to evidence that plain language and pictograms and whatnot actually improve health outcomes? And I'm glad she pushed me on this because it forced me to do the work and find out that, yes, in fact, there are examples. So pregnant smokers and ex-smokers who received a specially designed intervention with materials written at the 3rd grade reading level were more likely to achieve abstinence during pregnancy and 6 weeks postpartum. So you had women who were smoking during pregnancy and after, but when they received reading materials that were easier to process, the health outcomes improved. Similarly, if you have people who are caretakers, right, and they're given a plain language pictogram-based intervention, you saw decreased medication dosing errors in the people they were helping and improved adherence. Now, you might be thinking, okay, that's cool and all for like plain language and pictograms, but rhyming, really? Does that help? Let me introduce you to Click It or Ticket. Not too long ago, there was legislation introduced in a lot of states that basically said, look, if you don't wear your seatbelt, you're going to get a ticket. And the legislation was pretty effective. You saw an increase in people wearing their seatbelt, especially among older drivers. Younger drivers, not as much, so they rolled out a marketing campaign called Click It or Ticket. And here's the results. National belt use among young men and women ages 16 to 24 moved from 65% to 72% and 73% to 80% respectively. Now, to put that in human terms, every percentage point you go up in people wearing their seatbelts, you see about 270 lives saved. Now, if we do the rough math, that's like 4,000 lives saved in part through rhyming. It's silly, but it works. The most dangerous bias in the world, for my money, is called the framing effect. And it starts out pretty innocently. So let's say you walk into a store and you see a sign that says beef 95% lean. And next to that, you see a sign that says beef 5% fat. Which one do you think people are going to line up for? Now, it's the same thing, but all I've done is make one seem more appealing by how I framed it. Now, this is all good and well when we're talking about beef. But what if I were to say, should we go to war in April or should we go to war in May? See what I did there? We're no longer discussing whether or not it's a good idea to go to war in the first place. And wars have been started over less. Now, if you are multilingual, you have a secret weapon against the framing effect. If you think about the decision in your non-native language, you are far less likely to fall for the trap. Now, I speak a little bit of French. And if I were to think about the beef decision in French, it might go something like this. Let's see, beef, that's boeuf, 95%, that's 89. And by the time I've done all that processing, it is obvious to me what the scam is. Now, that is kind of the key, right? Bias is something that happens when you're thinking too quickly. Daniel Kahneman wrote the foundational work on this called Thinking Fast and Slow. And kind of his whole point is that bias happens when you're under pressure, you're moving too fast. If you use what he calls system 2 thinking, which is much slower and reserved for things like math equations, right, you're less likely to fall for a lot of these things. Now, the framing effect can be used for good, right? So let's say we have, this is an experiment you can do where you have a photo like this and you show it to an audience and you ask, should this person drive this car? And what you'll get is a policy discussion. And some people will say, oh, old people are bad at everything. Don't let them drive. And other people will say, that's ageist. What are you talking about? People should do what they want. And all you're going to learn by the end of that conversation is who's on what side. Now, you can show the same photo to another audience and ask, how might this person drive this car? And what you get is a design discussion. And some people might say, what if we change the shape of the steering wheel? Or what if we move the dashboard, right? And what you'll learn by the end of that conversation is several different ways that person might be able to drive that car. All I did was change a couple words, But by changing the frame of the conversation, I change the entire conversation. In fact, what if I iris out a bit more and I ask, how might we do a better job of moving people around? Because that's why the guy was in the car in the first place. He was here, but he wanted to be there. And if I frame it this way, things like public transportation are on the table. What about our own cognitive biases, right? That's what I want to close on, because these are the ones that can really get our users in trouble. Told you we'd come back to this. So for a long time, I had a misunderstanding of what the scientific method actually was. I thought it was, I have an idea about how the world works. I test that idea. If I'm right, I write down what I did and a whole bunch of other people try it. And if they get the same result, great, let's write that down as a law and move on to the next one. After talking to some actual scientists, what I learned was it's a little more like this. I have an idea about how the world works, test it out. If I get a good result, write down what I did. A whole bunch of other people try it too. If they get a good result, great. I get to spend the rest of forever trying to prove myself wrong. I have to ask myself, if I'm wrong, what else might be true? Okay, let me go and try and prove that. That is a much more rigorous approach, and it was invented specifically to fight confirmation bias. Now, as designers, as people who build things, it is very easy for us to leave good solutions, more elegant solutions on the table because we fall in love with our first idea. Let me show you just how easy. Let's say we're going to play a game with the computer, and the computer is going to say 246 question mark. Put whatever number you want where that question mark is, and I will tell you if that number fits the pattern. Put in as many numbers as you like, and when you're ready, tell me what you think the pattern is. If you're like me, you try 8, right? And the computer says, congratulations, that fits the pattern. Would you like to try another number? And if you're like me, you say, nah, I got this. The pattern is even numbers. And the computer says no. And the reason it says no is because I never tried this. The pattern is not even numbers. The pattern is every number is higher than the number that came before it, which is a much more elegant solution, probably easier to code, probably cheaper for your client. Right? But I never got there because I was so in love with my even numbers idea. Now, there are tools out there to help us avoid this outcome. One of them is called Red Team, Blue Team. And the idea is you have a blue team who starts out doing the research and the groundwork for the project, maybe gets as far as wireframes, but before they really commit to anything, the red team comes in for one day. And their job is to go to war with the blue team and to find every hidden assumption, every more elegant solution, every potential cause of harm that the blue team never saw because they fell in love with their first idea. I like this approach because it's fairly economical. I don't have to tell my boss, hey, from now on, we need to hire 2 teams for every project and they got to check each other's work every day. No, I need 1 team for 1 day to make it a little less likely that we put something harmful out into the world. Now, one of the tools the red team might use is called speculative design. And it's kind of like that show Black Mirror, which if you've never seen it, is kind of like a Twilight Zone for tech. And the basic idea is you take a near future technology and you tell a story about how it would play out if you gave it to real human beings. And the results are always terrible. I actually think anybody working on a new technology by law should have to write a Black Mirror episode about it first. This is a real job. Superflex went down to the United Arab Emirates to help them figure out the future of energy. And the question on the table was, should they continue down the path of fossil fuels, or should they invest in renewables? And what Superflex did was try to figure out, what is the air quality going to be like if you stay on the path of fossil fuels? What's it going to be like maybe in 5 years, 10 years, 15 years? But they didn't just figure it out. They bottled it, and then they made them breathe it. And by the time you get to about 10 years out, it is unbreathable. By the end of that engagement, the UAE announced they were going to invest $150 billion in renewables. Another thing you can do to kind of check your biases from the jump is called an assumption audit. And what you do is, before the project begins, you get your team in a room and you ask the following questions. What identities does your team represent? And you only self-identify as you feel comfortable, but you think about things like gender, race, income, neurodiversity. And then you ask, how might those identities influence the design of the thing you're working on? Then you ask, who isn't in this room, right? What identities are not represented? Anybody here ever been incarcerated? Anybody here ever had their immigration status questioned? And then you ask, how might those absences influence the design of this experience? And finally ask, what might we do to include, honor, and give power to those perspectives in your design process? Because those missing perspectives will influence the outcome of the design. And the people impacted by the design might be in those groups. The last bias I want to talk about is called déformation professionnelle. Told you I speak French. The basic idea is that you see the whole world through the lens of your job, which in the workaholic world we inhabit, where we're on working all the time, that might seem like a good idea until it's not. The paparazzi who ran Princess Di off the road probably thought they were doing a good job. And technically speaking, they were. They were getting very difficult to get photographs that were going to fetch them a very high price. What they weren't doing such a great job at was being human beings. Now, the former police commissioner of Philadelphia, when he took the job, asked his officers, what do you think your job is? And most of them said to enforce the law. And he said, okay, I get that, but what if I were to tell you your job is to protect civil rights? Now that encompasses enforcing the law, but it's a much harder job, much bigger job, because it requires you to treat people with dignity. Now, I've had this slide in this deck since 2017, and obviously more recently it's become more relevant, and I get even more emotional about it now than I ever did before. Even just 2-3 days ago, we heard about what isn't going to happen with Breonna Taylor's murderers. So I keep it in here, though, because now more than ever, it is obvious how we define our jobs as a question of life and death. Chief Ramsey, this was the police chief at the time, Chief Ramsey was telling his officers, your jobs are harder than you think. And I am telling us, our jobs are harder than we think. Our job is not design and build cool shit. We have to define our jobs in a way that allows us to be more human to each other. Now, people are already working on this. Mike Montero over at Mule Design has created a little red book of design ethics that is kind of like a Hippocratic oath of first do no harm for designers, right? The Design Justice Network is doing amazing work here, and they have this list of principles, 10 of them. I'm just going to read you the first 2. We use design to sustain, heal, and empower our communities, as well as to seek liberation from exploitative and oppressive systems. 2, we center the voices of those who are directly impacted by the outcomes of the design process. Now, if you just try to commit to the first 2, I feel like you've got your work cut out for you. It's the difference between what Erica Hall calls user-centered design versus shareholder-centered design. And often we think we're doing the former when in fact what we're actually doing is the latter. Another great intervention for this is called the Tarot Cards of Tech. And you go to this website and you see a bunch of cards and you click on them and they flip around and give you these really cool, provocative questions about the thing you're building. How might cultural habits change how your product is used? And how might your product change cultural habits? If Twitter had asked itself before they launched, maybe we'd see a different world today. The software engineers are getting in on this too. There's the Never Again Pledge, which a bunch of data scientists got together and signed when they saw that their data and their approach was going to be used to do some pretty terrible things to immigrants. And they said, there's a terrible history of data being used for evil. We don't want to be a part of it. And so they started to form around collective action. And we're seeing that collective action at places like Google, where you had Project Maven, which was a battlefield AI. And software engineers saw this and said, hey, we didn't get into this business to build weapons. We're going to walk if you keep us down this path. Google backed down. They walked away from a $250 million contract with the military. And then they turned right around and did Dragonfly, which is about censored search in China. That fight is still going on. We must rapidly begin the shift from a thing-oriented society to a person-oriented society, when machines and computers, profit motives, and property rights are considered more important than people. The giant triplets of racism, materialism, and militarism are incapable of being conquered. Now, this is not some software guru at a TED Talk, right? This is Martin Luther King. He saw this over 50 years ago, and it's only more true today. So the question that I will present to all of us is, how can we define our jobs in a way that allows us to be more human to each other? Thank you.
Thanks so much, David. So as you were speaking, I kept thinking to myself, even with the basic things like communicating more clearly and in simple language, but also the bigger picture things you talked about, like how do you convince the executive director at the nonprofit or the boss, the CEO, to implement these ideas that these changes are a good thing?
You start small. I mean, that's kind of like my mission here, is to win hearts and minds and budgets. And I feel like to make these things sustainable, most of the worlds we inhabit, we know that if it isn't in the budget, it doesn't exist. So I like to say, let's start with just that I mentioned. That's maybe a 2-hour meeting. So if you've got a 60-hour project, I'm going to my boss or to the head of the nonprofit saying, can I just get 2 hours? Just 2 hours to change the frame of this project in a way where our radar is going to be up for things, and we might see these opportunities we may not otherwise see, right? And if they say yes to that, you actually get to take advantage of another bias. I'm blanking on the name of it now, but it's basically a bias where if I come to you and I ask you to put a big honking sign on your lawn, you're going to say no, right? But if I come to you and I ask, can I put this little sign? No one's going to see it. Can I just put this little sign or something? You're more likely to say yes. And if you say yes, and I come back a week later and say, hey, can I put this big honking sign on your lawn? You are far more likely to say yes to that because, hey, now you're a sign person. I guess that's what we do. So once you get buy-in on a small, not so costly, inclusive design practice, it's easier to come back and say, hey, our next project, can we do a red team? I just need 1 day, just 1 day. That's all I need out of this, 120-day project. I just need 1 day. Can we do that? Right? And your, stakeholder is more likely to say yes because they've already said yes to the other thing. And I guess we're inclusive design people now.
Interesting. Thinking about content strategists, what are some of the biases that content strategists in particular need to watch out for? Would you say?
So there's one called notational bias, and it strikes at the heart of structured content. I'll give you an example. So until 1986, you were not allowed to use Ms. as an honorific for women in the New York Times. The New York Times, right, was against the use of Ms., right? So the way it would work is at the first mention of a woman's name, you would say her full name, and then every subsequent mention, it would be either Miss last name or Mrs. last name. And the pattern that sets up, and remember how important patterns are, the pattern that sets up is the most important thing to know about a woman is whether or not she's married, and then maybe her last name. Now, if you think about that, that is an editorial guideline that is actually essentially structured content. And we need to be super careful about how we structure our content because that scales bias, right? It becomes a rule, and rules, the whole point of a rule is to be able to scale something that you want to see lots and lots of. So when we're creating editorial guidelines, when we're structuring content, we need to be very careful and think about what's going to happen, what cultural message, what pattern am I setting up for people by creating this structure.
Interesting. Okay, well, that's it. Thank you so much, David. We will be taking a break and we'll meet back up at 10:15. Up next after the break, the founders of Yoast will be talking about growing a multi-million-dollar business with a WordPress plugin. See you at 10:15.
Hello, everybody, and welcome to your next session. I'm Laura Byrne-Cristiano, and it's my privilege to introduce Marika van der Ocht and Joost de Valk. Marika studied sociology and communication sciences at Radboud University and obtained a PhD in social sciences in January 2011. She joined Joost in September of 2013, and she currently is the CEO of Joost. Together with Joost Michael Omar, she runs Joost. Her main focus is on marketing and human resources, but she also enjoys thinking about ways to improve Joost SEO. Her experience is in SEO copywriting and site structure. Joost de Valk is the founder of Joost and currently the Chief Product Officer. He has a background as an SEO, digital marketer, and web developer. In the early days of his career, he worked in several IT companies ranging from enterprise hosting to online marketing agencies. This allowed him to work with several large brands around the world. So take it away, Joost and Marika. We can't wait to hear from you.
Great, that's us. Hello. Hey everyone, hi WordCamp Philly. We're so happy to be here.
Yeah, that COVID thing is the worst thing ever, but it does allow us to travel to WordCamps all over the world. So we're really grateful to be in Philly today. Yeah.
It's actually a nice city. I've been. You've never been.
I've never been to Philly. I want to be. I'm going to Philly one day.
I would prefer to be there, but yeah, well, it is what it is.
So I was already
announced. Yeah, we've done this,
so
right?
I want to tell in English. Marieke van der Acht, and I'm the CEO of Joost. And you are?
And I'm Joost de Valk. I'm the founder of Joost. It's just, you pronounce it exactly the same if you've ever wondered. That's for a reason. Sorry. Today we're going to talk to you about how to grow a business, a successful business, a multi-million-dollar business on top of a WordPress plugin. And I think that's going to be exciting. It often felt like we were on a roller coaster in the last decade, and today we'll take you along on that roller coaster.
So we'll discuss a number of things. We'll start by a quick trip down memory lane. Just take a look back on how it all began for Joost, the company, and Joost, the person. And then we'll take a look at how our audience, the user base of Joost, has grown over the years and what things were important for that growth. And after that, we'll share some of our secrets about branding and marketing, because building a recognizable brand has been a really important factor in our success. And then finally, we'll talk about the importance of WordPress, because WordPress is a very specific ecosystem, a very unique community, and the growth of Joost is very much intertwined with the growth of WordPress. So let's start with how it all began. Let's go all the way back to the year 2006. Remember that?
I do, actually, because that's the year that I became a father. I was 24 years old, and you got pregnant, and I needed a job closer to home that allowed me to combine my career with being a parent. And I found one as an SEO consultant, which was quite exciting. But it was a big career switch, because before 2006, I wasn't really in SEO at all. I was able to write code and develop websites, but I didn't do SEO just yet. But because of that background, I immediately understood all the technical aspects. So I started going to and speaking at a lot of conferences and began writing about SEO on my blog. Luckily, I did that in English, not in Dutch. Well, everything started to go really well. So, as I said, I started my blog. This is my blog back in 2006. It looks crappy, but well, hey, everything did in 2006. And I started building WordPress plugins as well around that time. And I think I made my first core contribution in 2007. I was working as an SEO consultant, and I saw what I was doing for these big companies. I was making these technical changes to their site that I thought, hey, I can also do this in WordPress easily as a plugin. I started to build a couple of plugins, and well, it all started from there.
Were you ever thinking about building a brand as big as we are today? So you started building a plugin, an SEO plugin, and then?
Well, then this sort of happened.
So this was an accident. Yeah.
I want to say now, I had this strategy 10 years ago, and we're now at phase 2, and we're going to phase, no, it's not true.
So in those first years, so the period between 2006 and 2010, the plugins, because there were multiple back then, were really popular. And you became someone. You became someone both in the WordPress world as well as in the SEO world. You started to talk a lot at conferences, at WordCamps and SEO conferences. But at that time, he still had a full-time job as an SEO consultant. So he wasn't earning any money with all of the things you did for WordPress. So that was a bit of a roller coaster, wasn't it?
It absolutely was. It was 2010 when now I need to click to the right screen. It was 2010. This was my desk. This was the attic of our home.
This was the entire office of Joost.
Yeah, this was all of Joost in 2010, 10 years ago.
Yeah.
What you can't see on the picture is that our washing machine was straight to the left of that desk.
Yeah, we took the picture really strategic.
Yeah, it looked like something here. But it was in 2010, we had 1 million users of our plugin, or I had 1 million users of my plugin. I was alone, and I was doing this all alone. And that was, well, pretty pretty sad. Right before the summer holidays, I was trying to do support and update the plugin as Google was changing so many things. It was too much because this was a hobby. I was doing this on the side. So something had to change. And then in 2010, you finished your PhD. You got a bit more of a secure job. So I could take a leap of faith.
And you started your own company.
Yeah. And I decided to name it Yoast, which is a great brand, but naming a company after yourself is not necessarily the best thing you can ever do.
So why did you do that?
Because I wasn't planning on hiring anybody ever.
Yeah, I was really opposed to him hiring anybody because, well, I love you, but you could hardly manage yourself, let alone other people. So we decided he's just going to be all by himself. And that lasted, I don't know, we'll get there.
We'll get there, yeah.
So Joost was doing site reviews because that was the thing he was doing in this new company. He was doing site reviews, giving advice to people how to improve their website. And you were building quite a brand around yourself. Again, talking a lot of conferences. He was doing consultancy at big companies like The Guardian and Disney, and the work was piling up. So what happened?
Yeah, then I hired a colleague. Pretty opposed to what we had discussed.
Yeah, so the whole not hiring anybody that lasts like 2 years. Yeah. So the first person we hired was Michiel, who is now one of our partners and at Joost now. And he started helping with site reviews. And we hired 2 people who did the branding and someone who did support.
Yeah, that's someone being my brother,
yes.
Thijs. Click.
It doesn't click.
It doesn't click.
You have this in real life conferences as well.
Yeah, it's just like a real life conference where your clicker doesn't work suddenly.
So the company was growing, but a defining moment happened in the beginning of 2014. I just joined the company. I remember it vividly. We launched what we then called WordPress SEO Premium, a premium plugin, making money with your WordPress words. That was earth-shattering, right, Joost?
It was quite the change because at that time there were a lot of premium themes, but premium plugins were not really that much of a thing yet. So yeah, it was a change. It was quite a big change for a lot of people. But because of it, we were growing and we had built a good brand. The consultancy and the site reviews had allowed us to build a brand as well. The plugin just needed developers. Up until 2014, I was literally the only developer on the plugin. And you can't sustain a plugin like this all by yourself. Not if you have 2 or 3 million users, which we had around that time, and a complicated code base that was growing ever larger. So that's madness. The premium plugin gave us the opportunity to hire both a support team and to hire developers.
Yeah, I think that was a big step for us.
So we started really growing. This was our team in 2015. I think we had about 15 employees. And well, this is the big shocker because 2 years later, we had about 70 people working at Joost.
Yeah.
So that period of growth was painful. It was a lot of people coming into the company in a very short time, but it was also a lot of fun. We were doing a lot more things.
And 2 years after that, we had grown to almost 100. And I think we're at 125 right now.
Yeah, somewhere there, 100, 120, 125. It's a lot of people.
Yeah. And one owl. We also have an owl. So we've seen how our company has grown, but we could only grow because we had so many people using our plugin. So let's look at that. How do you grow an audience? How did our audience grow over the years?
Well, the thing is, this is the growth of Joost over the years. The left side shows the amount of users we have. If you can read it, it's very small. That is for a reason. The green bars are our revenue. I've kept the actual numbers away from you, I'm sorry. So up until 2014, we did not make any money from the plugin. The revenue of Joost, the company, came from consulting, and we had some add-ons, but it wasn't really all that much. And then we had a user base of over 3 million people before we launched our big premium product. I don't necessarily think that that's the right thing to do. I think you can launch your premium product slightly earlier than when you reach 3 million people. But it is very important to realize that only a small portion of the people that are your users will become your premium customers. Only the people that are really fans and are really happy with your product and really see the value in what you're doing will become those customers. And very often they're an intersect of the people that use your software and the people that also read your newsletter and see all the other stuff that you do. But most importantly, and I think this is something that is both the problem and well, the challenge. Features drive growth. So in the growth of Yoast as a company, it's been very important for us to add new users by doing new stuff, by building new features. And this is something that as you do it, you realize, hey, I have to build new features. So you start with nothing, right? And you're building new features and it's relatively easy. Then you have these features and you have to maintain them. So you figure out that this pyramid becomes a bit harder. And then you figure out, hey, I have these new features, but nobody understands what I'm doing. So you have to build good UX for that as well, which as soon as you start working on it, you figure out it's actually harder than building the features themselves, is figuring out how to make them work well and make people understand it. And then as it grows and grows and grows, you'll find yourself spending more and more time on maintaining your code base, maintaining compatibility with other plugins and WordPress core, maintaining your technical quality. That takes more and more and more of your time. If you do it well, this pyramid can slowly turn into something like this, which is where I think we're now at Yoast, where we can spend about half of the time we have on building new features and a good 25 to 30% of our time on maintaining what we have and making it better all the time. So it's very important as you build a business around a WordPress plugin to keep in mind that it's normal for you to have to once in a while rebuild. We had a 3.0 release years ago that was very painful. It's a weird number. I know that Elementor have just done a post about their 3.0 release, which was painful as well. This happens to a lot of people. If you grow, you have to sometimes rebuild. You have to sometimes take chances, and it'll take a bit of time to get through that.
And it's hard because if your plugin has, like, in our case, 11 million users, there are 11 million different setups to take into account, which is really hard. So you need to have, you need to maintain that, and you'll have compatibility issues if you're larger.
Yeah. So you need a good and proper QA process. You need to think long and hard about how your architecture of your software works. Now, I'm not going to go into the technical details of that, but just know that it's normal for you to spend a lot of time on that and to think like, hey, I should actually do this, but I'm not sure if I'm ready for that yet.
So I think the most important thing about growing an audience, what you just said, is that you need to have a product that people want to use.
So, and it should solve their problems.
Yes.
So it should solve the problem that they're running into, and your goal should be solving that problem as easily as you can.
Yeah. So we've seen how our company grew, and we saw how our audience grew. And a very important aspect of our growth was our branding. So let's get into that a little bit. Because I think branding has been really important for the growth of Yoast. And I think it's part of the explanation of our success. Like a free plugin, a free product, that's great marketing. But making that free plugin recognizable with consistent branding, that's also marketing. And building a brand is much more than a logo. But design, coloring, that's all very important. People should be able to recognize your brand without even seeing your logo. So we were invested in branding from the very beginning. Remember this photo? It's coming up. Is it already there? This photo. This was our team in 2014. So we have Michiel, who's standing next to Yoast, and we have Thijs, the other tall guy. But Maaike, the woman in the middle, she's our designer. She designs everything. She designs the website, the goodies. She even took a look at this very presentation. And Aaron is our illustrator. So he does all the avatars and the illustrations we have in every blog post. So along the way, we even hired more people to work at design, but we've had them from the very beginning. This has had our attention and dedications from very early on. So I think You should hit the button.
Yeah, I did hit the button.
It doesn't work.
Oh, there it is.
We made a pretty conscious decision to switch from orange because we used to be orange.
Yeah, we used to be orange because we're Dutch,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah, I don't know. Everybody knows that.
Orange is the color of our royal house.
Yeah, which Joost really enjoys, our royal house. He's like an addict. It's okay. But we decided to change from orange to purple and green 5 years ago. But before deciding on new logos, we, and I have to say you with Maaike, checked out the logos of other companies in the WordPress world.
Yeah, we did. We looked at other logos. We noticed a lot of blue, and honestly, it's not gotten any better in the recent years. So we noticed all that blue, and we decided, hey, we need to pick something else. We need to pick something that'll stand out. And as you see, we've gone for purple with green, and it stands out everywhere. It also is everywhere. It's on our site, it's on our presentations, it's on our booths, and it's even in our outfits. We try to be, well, very purple.
Yeah. So I think we've made our brand pretty recognizable through all these images and illustrations. So we're recognizable in conferences. We're often referred to as that purple dot. So now I have to talk to my colleagues and say, you should like mingle a bit and not all stick to each other, because you'll see that all the users are sitting together. And I think because of our recognizable branding, that's part of our growth success. But branding goes beyond images and websites. It's not just how you look, it's also what you do. So I think our consistent branding also means that we need to be at WordCamps. We need to be involved in WordPress. We need to make conscious decisions. We want to do what's right for our customers. That's a really important part of our brand as well. So it's not just about how you look, but it's also what we think is important. And we try to have that resonated in our brand. So this year, it's
slowing down, isn't it?
Yeah. This year, we created our core values. And we wrote down what is really important to us. And don't get me wrong, we always had values, but we never took the time to write them down. And now we actually wrote them down in chalkboards. These hang in every building of Joost. We look at them every day because while making decisions about our products, we always consider these things. In our branding and our marketing, our core values are really important. So this is what we are. This is what we find important. This is our brand, and that should be resonated in everything we do.
Yeah, for those of you who are reading along on the screen now and are wondering what hup, hup, hup is, it's Dutch. It kind of means go, go, go. It's about being pragmatic and making fast decisions, not thinking too long before starting something new. Just go do it.
Yeah, that's part of our startup mentality, I think. It's part of my life mentality. Yeah.
So we've already talked a bit about WordPress. It would be hard not to, because Joost and WordPress are so closely linked, of course. But we're going to talk about it a bit more, because WordPress is incredibly important to our business. The question is, could we have built our company outside of the WordPress ecosystem? I don't think we really could have, or it would have at least been a very different company. WordPress is part of our DNA. We strongly believe in open source, and we love WordPress. We love the community, and we love being a part of that. At the same time, we have some plugins for other platforms like Typo 3 and Magento. The thing is, those platforms are very, very small. So WordPress is our main market, which makes us very dependent on WordPress, and that can be really hard. Last update of WordPress 5.5, there were a lot of bugs, and they broke Yoast SEO. And that's very annoying, which is why you see like 10 Yoasters on the 5.5.1 release charge, because we had to fix them. But we really can't do anything more than that. We have to wait for the core release at that point. My slide won't go. But we've seen this before, though, because and most of you will remember when Gutenberg came out. Sorry. It's slowing down, which is making it harder. What's happening?
Your screen.
My entire presentation screen is gone.
Yeah.
That's hard.
Oh, there it is.
There it is.
Yeah.
So we had Gutenberg, and Gutenberg was kind of a big deal. We had to make a lot of changes. At first, I was really pissed off. Gutenberg literally put our entire roadmap to a full stop.
And later on,
well,
are you still pissed off, Joost?
No, I'm not pissed off anymore. We decided something. We may not like that this is coming, but now that it is coming, we'll make the best of it. So we joined Team Gutenberg. We helped develop the block editor, and at the same time, we made sure that our plugin was smoothly integrated with it. We made plans for Yoast SEO on how to integrate, and actually, we only just recently checked off the last boxes. It was a 2-year process of integrating Yoast SEO with Gutenberg. But that's WordPress too. You need to stay flexible. You need to stay involved. We want to be involved. We want WordPress to flourish. And I ended up being a huge fan. Having a business with WordPress means contributing and communicating and being involved in that WordPress ecosystem. And the thing is, though, if you're putting too much energy into the community, you'll neglect your own benefits. That'll make it impossible to grow a business. But if you're only free writing and taking advantage of what WordPress has to give, that'll hurt the community. That's why the most optimal result for us and for everyone in the community will appear if we actively develop new features in WordPress and in our free plugin, as well as profiting from selling our premium open source software. Now, if you think that sounds like Matt Monowak, it does. It's Matt Monowak who usually speaks about 5% for the future. And he says if every company investing in WordPress would use 5% of their staff, their resources, to the benefit of WordPress, the project would flourish. And that's something we really live by. And I think if you want to be a successful entrepreneur in the WordPress world, you should do the same. Make WordPress bigger, and we'll all reap the benefits. So at least 5% of our developers' time, or actually 5% of all of our time, is spent on WordPress core. We recently hired a couple of new team members to our WordPress core team, which now has 5 people working full-time on WordPress core.
Ik kan ons niet meer zien.
Ja, nee, ze kunnen ons niet meer zien, maar wel de scherm.
So I hope you still hear us, because I can see that you can hear us. Okay, great. Now, then I'll just go ahead and talk a little bit more. Because you talked a lot about giving back to WordPress core, being involved in WordPress core, but there are so many other ways to give back to the community as well. So we sponsor WordCamps. We speak at WordCamps. As we speak at WordCamps. And we have several people working at Yoast who help organize WordCamps and volunteer at WordCamps. So that's giving back to the community as well. And it can be so much smaller than just the WordCamps, because there are so many ways to give back and to help get that WordPress thing growing. Here's our very own Taco, and he's learning children how to make a website or to build a website in WordPress. That's giving back too. And he's doing that just in our local elementary school with a bunch of children. He's doing that every year, which makes sense because that's growing WordPress as well. So how do you grow a successful business with a WordPress plugin? I think this is the recipe for success. You can't do it without a big chunk of luck, because we've had luck.
Hey, I picked WordPress over Joomla.
Yeah, that was pretty smart.
Yeah, well, no, I would consider that to be lucky. Drupal was a very close contender too. It could have been either one of those.
And you need some determination to get things through, because you'll hit some bad things along the way.
Hey, you make mistakes, people get mad at you, it happens.
Yeah. So, and besides that, you need an awesome product. You need something that people would want to use. That's really important as well. And then you'll need recognizable, consistent branding, making sure that people know that that awesome product belongs to an awesome company. And then I think in order to make it in WordPress, you need to love WordPress. You need to have a big heart for WordPress.
Yeah, if you don't, you might as well just go do something else, because if it's insincere, people are going to notice and going to see.
I think so too. So that's it. We're done.
Which means that we have room for questions, I think, for about 2 minutes.
I don't know.
Can't hear you actually now.
We do actually have time, I think, for just a couple of brief questions. But one of the questions that came in was from Meg, and Meg wanted to know if you could identify the number of users needed to sustain a business. She was thinking about this in terms of critical mass, not wanting to scale up too quickly. How do you ensure metering growth effectively?
It depends a bit on what type of product you're building. So if you're building something that is mass market, like our plugin is, where almost everybody needs it, then you have to realize that only a very specific section of that group will be willing to pay. So that'll be somewhere between 1% and 5% of your users. But if you're building like something specific to WooCommerce, then much larger portion of that group might be willing to pay for that product. So it really depends on who you're building for and what you're building.
Great, thank you. We are at time, but if you want to follow up with Marika or Joost, I would encourage folks to go over to our hallway track where you could catch up. So if your question didn't get asked, please feel free to see them there. Also at this point, we have a 30-minute break, and our sponsors, Joost is one of our sponsors, they all have programming going on in our booths, lots of great giveaways, product demos, all kinds of things. So please go and visit our sponsors, because without them, we could not do this. So thank you once again, Marika and Joost, and we look forward to talking with you more later.
Great.
Great. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Hi, my name's Michelle. I'm one of the organizers of WordCamp Philly, and it's my privilege to introduce Jason McClintock. Jason's a designer with experience ranging from nonprofit to agency work, and currently he's a product designer at Digital Cube, where he works to use design to make lives easier. So here is Jason's talk on an introduction to design systems.
Hello, everyone, and welcome. Thank you so much for coming and taking the time on a weekend, especially right now. My name is Jason McClintock. I'm a product designer at Digital Cube. At Digital Cube, we create a few hosting products for WordPress. The first is Amimoto, which is super customizable and scalable WordPress hosting, and the second is Shifter, which is a Jamstack platform for WordPress. And as a product designer, my job is to manage our product brands as well as the overall Digital Cube brand. I also lead design for our products as well as doing some development and customer support work. Digital Cube is a little bit of a unique company. I'm based here in Philadelphia, but most of the team is distributed globally, mostly in Japan. So as a team, we work across multiple products, countries, cultures, languages. Our company has also been scaling. We're in a moment of growth. I think a good way to describe growing a business is that it's a constant stress test. So as you grow, some things stretch and some things break. And some of our practices were working great, but others could use some work. With everyone so spread out, we noticed that our design consistency was not the best. And that's a pretty common problem for companies that are growing and do design. We had a lot of great pieces that had been designed by multiple designers over time, which created a lot of inconsistencies, and there wasn't really clear guidance for how to use them. If you think of it like a house, we just kept filling it with stuff. And then one day we looked around and realized that we needed to clean up. We had guides, we had page templates, but it was all a bit disorganized. So we needed a solution. What we needed was a system to gather all of these design rules in one place so that everyone can easily share and access them. And this put me on a journey to discover what I could about design systems, and I hope to share some of what I've learned with you today. I didn't come up with these ideas, so you'll notice that there's a lot of annotations in these slides, so you can check these ideas out later for yourself. And maybe you've heard of design systems before. There's been a lot of buzz around that term the last few years, and maybe you've even heard of some of these examples of complete design systems, like Google's material design or Apple's human interface guidelines. And hopefully by the end of this talk, you'll know what a design system is, why you should use the design system, how to get started making your own design system, and we'll also get into how you can start applying these systems in WordPress. So we know we needed a design system, but what does that mean exactly? I really like this quote. A design system is a single source of truth, which groups all the elements that will allow teams to design, realize, and develop a product. And I really want to emphasize this part, that design systems are ultimately a single source of truth. The role of this system is to answer any questions that get asked about a design decision. Let's look at a really simple example of a system. Roll it back a little bit. These are instructions for a wall drawing by an artist named Saul LeWitt. And Saul LeWitt was an artist in the 1960s, and his belief was that the idea for a work of art was just as important as the work of art itself. And even though these instructions were simple, they give us all the information we need to reproduce this work of art. And here's what that particular drawing looks like when the instructions had been followed. We can zoom in here to get a closer look. So if I asked you to recreate this work of art, could you do it? Well, as long as you follow the rules, you definitely could. We have a full set of instructions. We know what we're drawing, we know how to draw it, and we know where to draw it. And a really cool thing about these instructions is that anyone can follow them. So here's what following those rules looks like in practice. This is from an installation in Boston a few years ago. So people adopting these instructions created by a single artist, but being executed by a whole community. And this is really cool because you can see the community really coming together over this drawing. And these instructions have also been followed in some really innovative ways. So this is an example created by a guy who works at Automatic, actually, named Chuck Grimmett. And he used something called D3JS, which is a data-driven JavaScript framework. He turned these instructions into data and created a program that will use those rules to create a unique version of this drawing each time it runs. Systems like the ones that Saul LeWitt made have actually been used by designers for a long time, even before Saul LeWitt had his ideas. And that makes sense because as designers, we almost always have to hand our work off to be used by other people. So systems like this are really necessary. You might already be familiar with some of these examples of older systems. This is a really famous example. This is the style guide for the New York subway system. Traditionally, guides like this contain colors, typography, and other elements that make up a branded system. They also contain some really specific instructions for how to apply those elements in a way that's unique, consistent, and easy to duplicate. These are great systems because they fulfill a specific purpose. These guides work for the city they were designed for, but for that, the New York one wouldn't make sense for Omaha, for instance. So design systems are not new, but the way we're applying them is. They've evolved over time. So now that we have a bit of history on design systems, how does that apply to modern day web and product design? Well, a typical, and the actual structure of these systems typically looks like this. They usually contain a component library, a brand use guide, documentation for how the system works, and guidance for how to use the individual pieces of the system together. A design system typically lives somewhere online so that anyone on a shared team can easily access it. And let's look at a few examples. Remember this? This is material design. This is the system that defines how Google products look, feel, and function. There's a library of reusable components here and guidance for how to use them. It also includes resources so anyone can begin using the system, designing and developing on their own. So notice how that system keeps the user in mind. This is Polaris. This is Shopify's design system, and I was first introduced to the system at a talk at Remote Design Week by Amy Thibodeau, who introduced design systems to Shopify. Her talk was a major catalyst for introducing our own design system, so I just want to give her a shout out. And anyway, you can see that this is an all-encompassing system. They split their system into content, design, components, and experiences, which all cover different aspects of what makes a Shopify product, but they all coexist together as a single system. And this is another really cool example from IBM. This is a system called Carbon. And you can see that the system is primarily composed of a component library with some guidance and information. And you can also see here, there's like these two aspects to these design systems. There's the design part and there's the implementation part through development. So there's parts that design for designers, there's parts for developers, but they're working together as a single system. And these can get really in depth. This is an example from Audi where they actually are even including sound in their system. And I'll also note that these are systems that have been shared with the public. And while not all systems are made to be shared with the public, it is a great way to give back to the community and to grow together with your customers. So we know what a design system is and what they look like, but why should you use one? After all, take it from me, creating a design system is a lot of work. And if you're making a design system for an internal team or project, it's not actively making you money as you make it. And reorganizing can be disruptive to existing processes you might have in place. And it can also mean changing responsibilities on your team. Well, there are a lot of reasons that I think make it worth it, and we'll go over those. But first, a major thing to consider before using a design system is the timing of when and how you adopt a system like this. For instance, if you're building a super customized client site that requires continuously building, some unique designs, templated pages, a component-based system might not be the right solution. Or if you're a single designer or developer, it might be better to adopt a system like this that's already been created and adjust it to your needs. So first and foremost, using a design system will benefit your users. I really like this quote by Dan Mall, who's Philly local, by the way, and is a big design systems advocate. No one needs a design system. They need the thing that a design system makes. In other words, clients and users usually don't care about the individual parts that have gone into a design system. They care that it makes their life easier. And what Dan was talking about here is an idea called jobs to be done. Jobs to be done is an understanding of what your users want to accomplish and then designing the thing that best helps them accomplish that goal. So if you can understand the jobs that our customers, users want to do, they can design products. We can design products that help them accomplish their tasks. If we use a predetermined system and method, then our focus shifts from designing these unique visuals and templates to designing user experiences. A good design system is going to put the user first, and we're just going to put them at the center of everything. So it's really important before you start designing your design system to understand your users and what they need to do so you can make a system that best fits their needs. Another benefit of using a design system is promoting consistency. The most important thing about consistency is that it builds trust. When a user knows what to expect from your design, it builds trust between you and the user. By building or using a design system, you're able to control the consistency of every single element. And how does that work? So like we discussed earlier, a design system is a single source of truth. So if there's any question about what something should look like or how it should be built or what type of spacing an element needs, a design system has an answer. And by answering those questions, you've automatically improved communication between your team and you'll all be on the same page. And that leads into another related benefit. Design systems increase efficiency. When we're using design systems, we're moving away from this templated-based design, designing an entire page type one at a time, to templated component-based design, building the individual Lego bricks that make up every part of an experience. So when it comes to create a new experience, designers and devs can spend their time focusing and polishing just the pieces that need to be updated. So we're reducing as many decision points as we can in our process. And this frees us up to work more quickly with fewer approvals. And that really is facilitated by how well design systems share ideas, processes, and also parts to the system. Let's say one team needs to create like a date picker, for instance, but one doesn't exist in your system yet. Well, that one team can create that new piece for the system and add it to the kit. So now when another team needs a date picker, they're not having to create one from scratch. They can just pull it from the kit. And finally, design systems build efficiency by allowing you to slowly iterate. So let's say you'd like to improve the experience of your pricing page. If we were looking at this as a page template, we need to redesign the entire page each time we want to update our messaging. With a design system, we can simply refine those aspects. And that's true at the granular level too for things like tweaking color and spacing. But it goes farther than that too, because a framework or tool you choose might be the right fit right now. It might be the really cool hot thing now, but we all know that pretty soon there's going to be a new tool that everyone will be adopting. So when we systematize our design, we could swap tools in and out as we need them. We're not relying on one tool or framework because we have an entire system to fall back on. And that also allows us to create design that scales really well. We're not overhauling our whole stack every few years. We're making adjustments as needed. So let's say that we've covered what a design system is and what their benefits are, and now you want to make and build one yourself. How do you actually make it? Well, I'll walk you through some of what I found to be the most widely recommended ways to build a design system. But first, let's briefly talk about tools. When it comes to the tools you use for your design system, it's really important to choose tools that don't just work well for design, but also work together in a system. And this is an idea called stack mirroring. So the tech stack, naming conventions, et cetera, you choose in your design system should match up well with what you're choosing to use in your developer tools and vice versa. So you'll need some design tools. Design tools have been constantly evolving over time, from old school, and we use photography and rub-on letters, to desktop publishing. And it's taken a really long time, But I think design tools have finally caught up with design for the web. So even though it may be tempting to use tools that you're already familiar with, when you're making a design system, I'd really encourage you to adopt a tool that is built to make design for the web and that will translate really well to a systematized approach. Photoshop, for instance, is a great program for photo manipulation, but it's also really hard to systematize design and stay consistent without some hacky workarounds. So using a tool that is built to be used with a design system will also take a lot of work out of the process. Personally, I prefer Figma for building out a design system, at least a component library, because you're able to take advantage of these repeatable symbols, which also are included in programs like Sketch. And it also, Figma makes it easy to collaborate because the program is online, can be used in a browser. But there are so many tools to help you build an efficient component library that works with a system, and more tools are being created all the time. But again, choose the tool that best suits your users and your team's needs. So you'll also need developer tools. So your developers might already have frameworks that they're using and they're working with, but we need to be sure that we're adapting the right frameworks and the right tools that will fit really well into our overall system. So to give you an example, in our system, we use something called style components. Style components give you the functionality of JavaScript first with Sass built in, which gives you a ton of flexibility, which is something we need for our system because we have multiple brands that we're working on. So we need the ability to build one component, but then theme that component so it can live in any of our products. We're also using a framework called TypeScript, which has the advantage of allowing us to build our rules into the system. It will tell us if a rule is broken and it will tell us why. There are so many frameworks to choose from. And the exact one, again, you choose will need to be decided by how well it fits into your system. So consistency should also be built into the developer tools you're sharing. So using things like Prettier to format your code and following practices like linting your code to warn developers when they're breaking one of your system's rules in a really standardized way, that stuff is really helpful. So let's get into the actual process of building the system. When it comes to actually building your design system, there's a few things you'll need to do. First, you'll need to establish your foundations. According to Katie Seiler-Miller, who's a front-end architect at Etsy, a successful design system has the following foundations. It's consistent, so each aspect follows a predictable pattern that can be followed. It's self-contained, so it's a standalone dependency. It's reusable. Everything you make should be able to be reused and repurposed. It's accessible, so your system is able to be used by as many people as possible. And it's also robust, so it should be able to be used on a wide variety of platforms across different frameworks and different screen sizes. These are all foundations that need to be adjusted to fit your own needs, but it's something that needs to be established before we actually start jumping into design. So next you'll actually need to build your component library. So you've settled your foundations and now you'll be able to test those rules out in real life. And what I would recommend is instead of immediately just banging out a bunch of components and just going crazy, start with something small where you'd like to see design improved. Maybe a page of a site or a call to action section, and start building the components you'll need. That way you're not wasting a lot of time on something that doesn't work. And when it comes to structuring how you'll build a component library, I really recommend adopting a methodology like atomic design. I think it works really well. Atomic design is a system created by Brad Frost. Brad Frost has been one of the original advocates for creating design systems and moving away from templates. The atomic system breaks down a design into different templated pieces. The most basic element of an atomic design system is the atom. These are individual building blocks, like we've talked about, that make up every other part of the system. They're used everywhere. These are the basic elements like grids and layouts and grid layouts and typography and spacing and icons, buttons. And these atoms can be assembled to form what Frost calls molecules. These are repeating patterns of assembled atoms that fulfill a specific function. So like think of it as if you had a search bar, you have a button, you have a text field. Those would be the atoms that make up that molecule. And in turn, those molecules can be organized into patterns called organisms that make up a bigger section of a page. And those are templated groups that can be repeated and they make up bigger sections. And finally, you'll need to document everything. And while this is the last item on the list, it definitely shouldn't be the last thing you do. Documentation should be a key part of your process when making anything for the system. Everything made for the system is made to be shared, so we need to make sure that we're making it easy to use and understand in real time. And again, remember, we're building a single source of truth here, so you'll need to answer any questions someone might have about how to use a component, what processes are for making a new component or updating an existing one, and also the guidelines for how the system actually works together. And this is WordCamp after all. Now that we know what design systems are, why we should use them, and how we can make them, how can we start to use them in WordPress? Design systems in WordPress are an interesting challenge, but there are several ways that people have begun to implement design systems into WordPress, and I think we'll see that WordPress is only getting better for design systems. One thing to mention here is that WordPress is just another part of your system. It's just another tool in the kit. So while WordPress can and it should definitely be part of our system, it's generally it's only going to be a part, not the whole system. So first, even if you're just using WordPress with a page builder, we can start making use of some of these systems. And that comes down to templating. So for example, there are several things that can be templated in most builders. If you've pre-established these guides outside of WordPress, then if you're using a page builder, this would basically just be data entry. But those systems can, if we're using a page builder, these are systems, we can make this system and then hand it off to clients and content creators. And again, that would be coupled with the process we discussed earlier. But a page builder can be a great flexible tool to build an easy to access design system. There are also quite a few plugins that go a long way to helping you move towards a systemized way of designing. Plugins like Atomic Blocks, Stackable, and Advanced Gutenberg blocks extend the features of Gutenberg to allow you to template and tightly control your Gutenberg blocks and really extend that functionality. And what's really exciting is that we even get this out of the box now with Gutenberg. This year, Gutenberg introduced a block patterns feature, which will allow us to use entire templated sections that would have previously been really hard to make and were usually too precarious to hand off to anyone else. So WordPress is also moving in a direction that will encourage the adoption of a systematized approach to web design. So I think the future for design systems in WordPress is very bright. All right, so that's an introduction to design systems. We truly just barely scratched the surface of this topic, and there's tons more to learn. So I'd really encourage you, if you're interested in design systems, making them or using them, give it a try for yourself. And so thanks again for coming, and I look forward to seeing you all in the Q&A. Thanks.
Thanks, Jason. That's really interesting. So we have a little bit of time and a few questions, so we can talk a little bit about this some more. So the first question we have is just, when do you recommend using a pre-made design system versus creating your own?
Yeah, that's a good question. I think that comes down to time commitment and also depending on what you're using design for. So if you're, for instance, making a lot of custom sites, if you're making, or for instance, you are just building like a marketing site, new marketing sites all the time, it might not be worth the amount of time that it takes to create a design system. But if you're in a situation where you're creating a lot of the same type of sites, or if you're creating a product, for instance, I think it is worth it. So because, like for instance, I worked for an agency where we made a lot of film sites, and film sites tend to have a lot of the same pieces to them. And that was a situation where we would have really benefited from having a design system, because it, like, that upfront work would have been a lot of time, but the time we would have saved in the long run would have been very worth it. So it's a time calculation, in my opinion.
Right. Okay. So it's maybe about choosing what's going to save you the most time, depending on either way.
Right.
Cool. So you also talked about the importance of sort of understanding your user first before you get into like building components or even choosing a design system that you're using. What are some ways to get insight into what your users might need or how they might be using a website or an app?
Yeah, I think the best way is to just talk to them. Talk to people that are using your sites, talk to people that are using your product or app. Main way that we actually get a lot of customer feedback for our products is through our customer support. So we always say negative feedback is good feedback. So if someone is telling you what's wrong with your design or your product, you'll be able to fix it. If you don't have people that are regularly using your site or product, if you're just starting out, you can find the type of people that that would be using your product or site and ask them, have them test your design, build this stuff with the people that are going to be using it as opposed to building it in a vacuum.
Mm-hmm. Cool. That makes sense. So let's see. Here's a couple more. One person, or maybe a couple people in the chat, were asking if there was a sort of beginner-friendly resource to learn about this stuff or to learn about design in general.
Oh yeah. Wow. There's a lot. There's a lot out there. There are really design systems have really reached this point where there's just tons and tons and tons of like really awesome resources out there that you can find on your own. If you want a jumping off point, I put a lot of links in my slides, which I think are going to be going out. And I also, over on Shifter, one of the products that we make at Digital Cube, I wrote a little announcement post on our blog for this talk. And in that post, I also embedded a bunch of resources. So if you're interested in design systems, you can also have a jumping off point to find that for yourself.
Cool. So that's at the website is Shifter?
Getshifter.io, yeah.
Shifter.io. Okay. Okay. And you also talked at the end about, maybe this is sort of a jargony question, but towards the end of your talk, you were talking about using frameworks like Atomic Design to help you design or build out your design system. What exactly is the difference between a framework and a design system?
Yeah, that's a good question. So something like Atomic Design is more of a philosophy towards design. And something like a design system, so it's an aspect of a design system. It's a framework for how to build your component library that you'll use within your system. But a system itself, it encompasses all aspects of the system. So it's not just the components or just the framework. That framework is part of the system, but it all needs to work together to be a true system. So a framework without guidance how to use it, without a defining philosophy, is not really a system. It's just a framework.
Okay, cool. Well, thank you so much for this talk and for explaining so much of this information to us. So next up, we're going to be taking a 15-minute break. And following that, in this track, in this room, is going to be a talk by David Artis on remote working and how to make it work for you.
Hi, I'm Rachel Winchester, one of the organizers for this year's WordCamp Philly 2020, and I'm delighted to introduce David Artis. By day, David Artis works as a support engineer and hiring lead on the WordPress VIP team at Automatic. His nearly 30 years of experience in IT support roles has given him the chance to cultivate the art of truly taking care of people and writing so everyone can understand. So welcome, David Artis. Remember to drop your questions in the YouTube chat.
Hello, it's good to be here. Now, about 5 years ago, whilst working for another employer, they decided to allow more staff to work from home. You see, they had a problem. They were consolidating various offices into one, but they simply had more staff than there was space. To get around this, they introduced hot desking, where nobody had an assigned desk and sat where one was free. The number of available desks was still not enough, so the only solution was to allow more staff to work away from the office. After all, most of them had work laptops rather than desktops, so it was easily done. Junior management hated it though. They couldn't tell what their staff were doing when not in the office and just assumed the worst. In the end, senior management made sweeping redundancies, and so even hot desking was no longer required, let alone any kind of remote working. As soon as this happened, the junior management stopped people working from home, only allowing staff that they trusted to do it, fellow managers. Now, there are quite a few talks at WordCamp about remote working. They'll tell you how great it is and that you should definitely do it. However, if you work in a traditional office-based environment, moving to it, whether just for some staff or for everyone, is not that simple. We're going to explore the changes that any business will need to make for this to work, from hiring people to managing them day to day. You're going to learn how effective remote working can be compared to working in an office, and simple techniques that you can use to improve both environments. Remote working requires changes to how you manage people, and it can benefit everyone. By the end, I hope that you will understand what I mean by this. And don't just take my word for it. Remote working requires a specific mindset and a completely different management structure and workflow. But first of all, you need some background about myself. I work for Automatic, which is a fully remote company. We have no offices, and I've been working for them for over 3.5 years. Before that, I spent 30 years at the most traditional office-based company that you can imagine. It was all wooden cubicles and strict rules that few people remembered that they were there for. Here's a picture of what it was like in the 1990s. Not much has changed since. And during that time, I spent 4 years working for a well-known IT company. Now, when it comes to old-fashioned, traditional IT companies, which name comes to mind? That's right, IBM. So it's not much different to that now. So going from that to Automatic was an extreme change, but I love it. Remote working, though, really isn't for everyone. Other talks will tell you about some of the upsides and downsides, the loneliness of not being in an office environment versus the lack of having to commute every day. Now, illness, that's one thing I will mention. I have never been so well since I've stopped being crammed into a warm, air-conditioned office with thousands of other people. It's amazing. And lots of other companies have tried it. IBM and Yahoo both did and abandoned it. In the case of IBM, they once had 40% of their workforce working away from an office. So why did they give up? First of all, we need to look at how, in a traditional office, managers track what their staff are doing. On a day-by-day basis, then, how do most know that their staff are present and working? By seeing that people are at their desk, in front of their computer, and doing something which looks vaguely like work. In other words, not looking at cat videos on YouTube. Now, can you remember that there used to be software and websites which, if you pressed a specific key, would then suddenly display a work-like spreadsheet, the idea that you used it when your manager was looking? They existed for a reason. So when remote working is introduced, and someone is working from home, how do they know what they're doing? Well, they can't. And two things then tend to happen. People take advantage of this. And managers become paranoid, maybe for good reason, maybe not. Both of these things would be eliminated if the manager actually knew what their staff were doing. Let's look at what happened at Bloomberg. Employees took advantage of the perk. One was unavailable for hours at a time. Another wouldn't communicate with co-workers all day. 10 months in, we scrapped the benefit and now require all employees to come into the office every day. I think it's interesting that it's referred to as a perk and a benefit, as if it's something beneficial only to the employees. That mindset there tells you a lot. And yet, how productive are office workers? Does anybody know the statistic for how much time the average office worker in the US spends actually working during a typical 8-hour day? It's just under 3 hours. Now, it could be worse. In the UK, it's half an hour less. And although I can't find the source now, for the part of the UK that I live in, I'm sure I read that it's actually about 1.5 hours. Now, the rest of the time is spent having breaks, going to the toilet, getting coffee, chatting to colleagues about what was on television the previous night, etc. And yet there's a perception that remote workers are the ones not doing anything. Now, whether you believe those figures or not, here's another statistic. Remote workers in a study were 13% more productive, took fewer days off, and were more likely to work their full shift every day. So why can't those big organisations get it to work? They say that people are less productive, but I put it to them that it's because they don't know what they're doing. They may be genuinely less productive as a result, or they just don't know. They're trying to manage them as if they're still working in an office. Indeed, during this COVID lockdown, some companies now allowing their staff to work from home, insisted they keep video calls open for their entire working day so that managers could check up on them at any point, indicative of them trying to continue to manage in the same way that they did in the office. There's also the fact that the immediate communication you can get in an office, walking up to somebody and asking them a question, doesn't now work. They may have gone to the toilet or to get a coffee. You ring or message them and they don't reply. It's suspicious. So there has to be a change in mindset too. What's the solution here? Simply put, it's better tracking of what people are doing at a meaningful level. Does it matter if somebody seems to be watching something on Netflix or chatting about the beer-filled evening they just had, if they actually deliver what you need them to? Measure output. I work in support, and that's an easy one to measure. Well, kind of. The obvious one is how many customer tickets I get through. In fact, we also measure documentation changes, internal posts I make, and all sorts of communication. That's then measured monthly against any vacation time I had. That also needs comparison against everyone else, so a natural lull in customer queries would be seen across everyone in the same time zone. There's also a recognition that we're not robots and it's going to fluctuate. We'll have bad weeks and good weeks. So during the day, I can move away from my desk, maybe even have a plumber over to fix a leaky tap, or I could go out and mow the lawn. I know there's a clear expectation for me to get work done. This translates into reviews twice a year where my progress is correlated with expectations. The reviews are not unidimensional and there's no number that tells the whole story. Instead, we look at the outcome of the background projects that I'm contributing to, as well as a wealth of data around my primary work, customer interactions. I work together with my lead on creating this review, which gives me an incentive to keep track of my own performance and achievements throughout the year. As a result of all this, if I was sitting at home not doing any work, it would be clear to my manager, without needing to go over the top with their monitoring, that work wasn't happening. As the author Scott Birkin says, shouldn't the quality of work be the primary measure of worker performance? But this is a two-way process. As Scott again says, if you don't make your work visible, it's invisible. So there equally has to be some oversharing sometimes of your work and also of your conversations. Automation can help here to vocalize, audit, and track things that you may be doing. And this isn't something that only works for somebody who's working from home. It can bring immediate benefits to managing anyone. So even if you don't want to do remote working, moving to a similar solution will give you a better view of what those who report to you are doing. And in a split working environment, you can use the same methodology for everyone. And something else you have to consider is making remote working flexible. When you're at home and there are things around that need doing, the temptation is to do them. So why not build that in? Make the working day as flexible as possible, rather than putting up the artificial barriers that are so often prevalent in working situations. Now, back at my previous employers, I used to work with a developer who was incredibly talented and a real asset to the company. However, he was not a morning person. He would often wander in around 11 a.m. at the earliest. But he'd do many more hours than he was contracted to do, often being in the office until the late evening and even working at the weekend. But because of rules, he was told he had to be in the office by 10 a.m. Now, there are some people where stricter rules on start and end working times are important, except that wasn't the case here. It was a regimented single rule that applied to everyone, not taking into account individuality. He soon left. Again, to quote Scott Birkin, "We faithfully follow practices we can't explain rationally. Why is it that work has to start at 9 a.m. and end at 5 p.m? We have little evidence these habits produce better work. They become so familiar, we've forgotten their merely inventions." By introducing autonomy, along with the aforementioned tracking of work, people can benefit from the freedom that remote working gives, whilst allowing them to work at times when they will be most productive. As a result, you gain the best from people. And another thing that's often forgotten about is to make sure that everyone is properly equipped. At IBM, you'd be expected to work from home with a small screen laptop and nothing else. Now, working from a laptop on your coffee table is fine for short bursts of time, but it isn't a healthy working environment longer term. So consideration has to be made for a home office setup, an external monitor, keyboard and mouse, and even a desk and chair. And just how old is the equipment that you're using? Where I used to work, they replaced laptops every 5 years, although it was usually 7 by the time they got round to it. Even new, they were often pretty underpowered. After 5 years, they were awful to use. As part of my role, I was on call, and this was a retailer. And at certain times of the year, I could be the only thing keeping their stores trading. And yet, in an emergency, it was not unusual, after lifting the lid of my laptop, for it not to be usable for 20 minutes as a result of just how slow it was. Good quality equipment is important. At Automatic, your laptop is replaced every 18 months, and the most you generally have to wait for any kind of equipment replacement, even a desk, is 5 years. And you get to select your laptop specification, so you can choose something suitable for your own requirements. And this remains relevant to people in an office or at home. Not that you should be expected to be working from home. Remote working doesn't mean home working. And you'll get a bigger variety of people interested in it if you provide flexibility to go wherever they want. Sitting alone at home isn't for everyone. More extroverted people, for example, will often shun this kind of working as they need the company of others. What about provisions for people to use co-working spaces? You're probably thinking now that a co-working space is only applicable if you don't have an office. You wouldn't want to pay for them to be in an office when you already have one. In fact, all of the benefits of remote working are not being in your company office. An ad hoc co-working space for those where working from home isn't going to work all of the time is ideal. They still benefit from a much reduced commute, less distraction, and you don't need such a big office. So yes, providing a working environment for everyone is critical, but not a one-size-fits-all solution. Except that different people want to work in different ways. And remote working brings discipline in a number of ways, many of which can be beneficial to the company at large. Documentation is the prime example. For effective communication, you can't just lean over and ask somebody sat next to you. And if you're working flexibly, the person you may want may not be around. So timely and accurate documentation is critical. Yet it should be in an office anyway, but is often forgotten. How many times have you spent trying to solve something when it turns out somebody has already done it in the past? How easy is it for new joins to your company to learn the requirements of their job? The requirement of remote working ensures that documentation then becomes a priority. And for much the same reason, it becomes a lot harder to have a do this thing now mentality, as the chances are the people and resources you need won't be available. It's easy in an office to walk up to somebody and distract them from what they're doing to do something there and then, which could have waited. And if it's not apparent already, communication is critical. Or as we say in the automatic creed, I will communicate as much as possible because it's the oxygen of a distributed company. Put the tools and resources in place to allow good communication to occur. Don't rely on email and an old instant messenger client that came bundled with your office software. And you need different tools for different jobs too. When instant communication isn't always possible, you need ways to reach out to groups of people easily. In fact, it can drastically improve how you communicate. By writing things down in long form and publishing them and giving people a chance to get back to you on their own schedule, you end up with much deeper, fairer, and just generally better discussions. Poor communication is at the root of most disagreements, conflict, and poorly managed projects. When people understand each other, difficulties melt away. The reference to oxygen in the automatic creed is not accidental. Too much oxygen can be fatal as well. It's important to invest time making sure that the right information isn't just published, but it's heard and understood by those who need to. This again comes back to having the right tools for the right job. Anyway, enough of this talk about communicating remotely all the time. If remote working is going to work, you need to sometimes be social. In-person meetups are still important. In the VIP team, we have a yearly company retreat. There's about 100 of us. And we also have 1 or 2 team meetings every year as well. As well as discussing work topics, we also do things like playing board games, karaoke, or going on a city tour. These help us learn more about each other and our families. It's knowledge we wouldn't have gained in a normal week. We eat together, work together, and have fun together too. So consideration has to be given to this aspect as well. Obviously, right now, all that's on hold. Well, they're virtual, and it's certainly not the same. Even in a mixed working environment, you need to get your staff all together throughout the year and not in a way that's all meetings and business, because that social interaction is something that you need to put back. Obviously, cost is a big consideration for doing something like this. Keep in mind, though, that a typical remote team saves money by not having to pay for an office, or paying for a much smaller one than you'd normally have to have if you're a partially remote team. Invest the money you save on office-related expenses into these meetups because of the invaluable team building these experiences provide. It's not cheap, but what's even more expensive is having a remote team that doesn't work well together. And finally, you need to consider specific hiring for remote workers. Now, here's a question for everyone. Who's ever been hired where they had a probationary period? Now, these are really interesting because in most countries they exist, but in many cases there is nothing in law. The companies may say that there's something special about them in your contract, except contracts can't override country laws, and usually labour laws prevent you from, say, getting rid of somebody after a month because you don't like the look of them. Obviously, in the case of the US, at-will employment means that you can. But where this isn't the case, many companies will often make out as if they can do exactly this. But why do probationary periods exist in the first place? A probationary period allows you to assess whether an employee is right for you. You can take the time to evaluate if your new employee is showing that same potential that you identified in them during the application process and interview. Put simply, the hiring process was not sufficient to tell if somebody was a good fit or not. In fact, in this quote, they make mention of an application and interview, which is often all that hiring consists of. How do you assess somebody's technical capabilities, let alone whether they're a fit for the working environment with an interview? So at Automatic, we don't have probationary periods. Instead, we have trials, where we take a prospective hire on as a paid contractor for a number of weeks. We give them projects to do during this time, carefully monitor their progress, including how they fit in with a team. We also ask specific questions during the initial interviews around remote working, and we carefully watch this during the trial. People can do the trial at the same time as maintaining a current job as you fit it into your own time. Before someone even gets to the trial stage, they will often have 1 or 2 technical exercises to do, often quite complex and demanding. Even if this is an office hire, you can do this with them performing this work at home and sending it in. And some people who do hiring don't like this. They could get help. They could look up answers. Well, isn't this what people do when they're working, do in real life anyway? I went for a job interview many years ago to be a PHP developer. After the more traditional face-to-face interview, I was sent into a room. Now, this was before smartphones were a thing, and all I was given was a PC disconnected from the internet. On it was a test that I was expected to complete, and it was questions such as this. What is the 4th parameter of the str replace PHP command, and provide an example of where you would use it? Who memorises all the parameters of PHP? What everyone does is look them up when they need to. I answered about 2 out of 20 questions, instead leaving a long complaint at the end of the test about how unrealistic it was. I didn't get the job. But I was right. That was an unrealistic test. It isn't how people work in reality. Even if this is an office hire, why not do the same trial method yourself? Unless doing the job requires you to be physically in an office, you can test the capabilities of a potential hire. If you're then allowing some staff to work from home, then you can add in checking to see if they're a good fit for this. The important thing is not to give them the answers in the actual question. So make them open-ended. For example, you could ask, what would your work week look like? Or have you worked remotely before? What were the biggest benefits and challenges? These are questions that we ask at VIP. As well as being very targeted on the questions and general expectations, we're thorough. For the VIP team, what percentage of support engineer applications do you think make it through to the trial stage? It's 2.3%. And less than 54% then make it through to being hired. That doesn't mean we have a large number of resources to achieve this. In the past, a lot of the time, it was just me. Instead, it's done remotely and all prepared and documented. We use scripts for interviews and tools to manage applicants. So, ask open-ended questions. That's the wrong. Hold on a second. No, let me go back a second. So, ask open-ended questions about remote working. Trial people if you can. Don't have probationary periods. Now I'll go to that next slide. Have a process that hires the right people. The thing is, nothing I've said today is revolutionary. Many of the practices and techniques shouldn't cost a business very much, and they're likely to lead to very happy staff. So let's revisit that mission statement. I hope that what you've learned today is that remote working isn't something that many companies can just do. And yes, it does for many require some adjustment. Yet many of these are changes that any business can do, whether they've considered remote working or not, and lead to benefits, whether that's a better awareness of what work is happening or simply a more content workforce. Now, for the notes from these slides, along with source references, please visit this link. Thank you very much.
Thank you, David. That was David with Remote Working, How to Make It Work for You. We have some questions in the chat, so I'll start with the first one. So as a result of the pandemic, I've heard some companies talking about keeping their staff working from home and selling their offices because of the money they can save. So what do you think about this? What are your thoughts on this?
Yeah, I've heard this a few times, and it's I heard it once on a talk show on a radio station, and I was kind of like, I just wanted to ring up and just say, stop what you're doing. yeah, if you're doing it for the money advantage it gives you, then I think you are really coming at it from the wrong angle there. This shouldn't be a money-saving exercise. I mean, a lot of the things I've covered off, the social aspects and also as well spending time on documentation. These are all things which are not going to be cheap. It shouldn't cost you more than having people working in an office environment. And it may even be possible to save some money at the end of it. But I would never come at this with the intention of saving money. So I think that could be a benefit longer term. You might see that, but that should never be on your list of reasons for doing it.
Okay, thank you. And the second question, how can you apply these methods that you talked about in your presentation to help keep students learning in online instruction?
Keep them from learning. Yeah, that's a very good question. Yeah, so as part of, I mentioned during the talk about the trial process that we have, and when you trial with us, we have to give you some training, and then if you then join us, you get through the hiring process and you join us, we give you some training again. And so this kind of like fits in with that. This is what we see similar to this. A lot of that is self-learning. We'll give them lots of links to go away and learn. But this comes back again to what I was saying about just measuring that output. There are some great tools. I can't remember off the top of my head which ones they are. I know there's some great tools, plugins that you can actually use for WordPress. So you can actually put alongside your documentation, you can put quizzes and things like this. So what you can then have, and this is one of the things that we do for our onboarding process for people and our general training, is that they can go through and they can just go away and spend their own time going and following some links, reading some documentation, doing whatever they need to. But then at the end of that, they can come back and do a quiz. And we can see the answers to make sure that that they have done what they needed to, essentially. And so that comes again to just checking the output. It's in the case of just going away and reading something, it's a bit more difficult. There's no obvious check boxes there, so this is where you need to put something in, just some simple quizzes, and they don't even have to be difficult. This doesn't have to be a kind of like, oh, you need to get 90% or goodbye or anything like that. This just needs to be, very simple questions which are just scattered through what they're reading, just to show, and certainly in the case, it's going to be different from us. It might be different from the students, but I think the more engaged they are, this is what we find for if we're on a trial with us or you've just joined us, then generally people want to. They're not going to go away and not bother doing these things. They're wanting this job, or they've just come on board of a job that they really want. And I guess it's very similar. It should be very similar with students. I like to think, the more engaged, the more switched on on what they're doing, the more likely they are they're going to want to anyway. But as I say, that backup of having some very simple questions right at the very end, that will be one way of checking output.
Mm-hmm. Do you think checking output might involve a lot more testing if virtual learning were to continue?
Yeah, for students, that's an interesting one. Obviously, very, very different from what I'm doing apart from that onboarding that we do. And as I say, we're coming at it from slightly different angles here because, as I say, we are talking about people that are trialing with us and are kind of really, really overly keen. So that's going to be quite different sometimes from students.
So I'll take the next question. Of all the things that you've mentioned about remote working, which one is the most important to ensure that remote working works well?
Okay, so the most obvious one is the one that I really started off with, and that is measuring output. You've got to do that. So many this is the from those 30 years of work in the office, moving to automatic. The big thing that struck me that changed, and that has to change, is that measuring output. Because that is where, the big companies like IBM and Yahoo and everything, that is why they have failed. That is why they have not been able to get it work, because they are not measuring that output. And that for me is the biggest thing. And secondly, only because I mention it, whatever my talk is, always my other one is documentation. Okay. Whatever I'm talking about, documentation needs to come into it somewhere, because document everything, you can never go wrong.
Mm-hmm. Did work happen if you didn't see it, if there wasn't proof, right? All right, so thanks again, David. David will be hanging out in the Happiness Bar after this to answer any more questions. And we'll now be taking a 1-hour break, so enjoy lunch. Up next after lunch will be Rock Your Blocks, Building Great Sites with the Block Editor, presented by David Vogelpohl, and that'll be on track 1.
Hi, everyone. Welcome back from lunch. And I'm here to welcome you to the Rock Your Blocks, Building Great Sites with the Block Editor. It's my pleasure to introduce David Vogelpohl. David serves on the senior leadership team at WP Engine, where he leads WordPress strategy and the Genesis business unit within WP Engine. David's a digital veteran with over 20 years of experience leading teams, building, providing, and scaling digital businesses. David, welcome.
Hey, Nana, thanks for having me. I love that lunch. The cheesesteak was amazing. So glad to be here and talk to all of you all around this notion of web design acceleration, and in particular with building better sites faster with the WordPress block editor, Gutenberg. So Donna, thank you so much for giving my bio, but again, kind of serve on the senior leadership there at WP Engine. I also ran a WordPress agency for 5 years and have been just involved in digital for a little over 20 years. And in that time, I've seen a lot of change and participated in a lot of new technologies on the web. And of course, we're in the middle of one of those times right now within WordPress. And so in order to talk about the block editor, I think it's also helpful to understand, how did we get here? The slide you're looking at now is a slide that I use for training new WP Engine employees every month around the WordPress ecosystem. This is one of my duties, if you will, as part of my job. And if you look at the timeline when key technologies were introduced into WordPress, there were particularly key moments when technology was introduced into WordPress that drastically changed what WordPress was and the makeup of the ecosystem. If we look at the introductions of plugins and themes in 2004 and 2005, of course, we had a bit of a Cambrionic explosion of innovation, technology, and companies. In 2010, we saw custom post types with custom meta. This was the moment when I consider WordPress to really have truly become a CMS versus necessarily, say, a blogging platform. And with the introduction of those capabilities, we also saw a Cambrionic explosion of innovation, the way agencies built out sites, as well as the companies that exist in the WordPress ecosystem. WP Engine came into existence around 2010. 10up, the infamous agency, WooCommerce, 2011, just 1 year after custom post types were introduced. And companies like Web Dev Studios, which had been around since 2002, 2003, Philly hometown favorite, started to adopt open source technology, and particularly WordPress, around the same time frame. And so these moments represented opportunity, they represented change, and they represented the chance to do something new. And that's one of the moments we're in now. In 2018, as I'm sure you all know, the block editor Gutenberg was introduced into WordPress core. And we have now, coming at the end of 2020, essentially full site editing, which I'll talk about here in a minute. But you're still in one of these moments where everything changes, where innovation accelerates, and where opportunities exist that didn't exist before. Now, if we wind the clock back and look at how WordPress was before the block editor, and I know that you can install page builder plugins in 2018 and ACF and make custom post types and all kinds of other wonderful experiences within WordPress. But if you look at the default editing experience for editing posted pages, it really hadn't changed much between version 0.7 in 2003 and version 4.9 in 2018. We have a prettier design on the right, so that's one change. Of course, there's features and there's ways to extend and customize WordPress, but in its default editing state, it hadn't changed for 15 years. 15 years, WordPress hadn't changed in its default editing state in any material way. So in my mind, this was a necessary part of WordPress's evolution, and really to allow WordPress to become a modern site building platform. Within the block editor, you have lots of tools at your disposal. You have the default blocks that come with WordPress. We call these core blocks. So you can use the blocks that come with WordPress, you can style them, you can configure them to fit your use case. You can also leverage things like the block directory within WordPress.org, or block plugins, or other collections of blocks that are pre-designed, pre-optimized, and ready for you to use. And then finally, if you don't want to use any of those methods, you can also create custom blocks from scratch. your own unique vision of how a block would work, your own styles, your own functionality, your own options in the inspector channel. You have the ability to create fully custom experiences within the WordPress block editor. And what I believe is that allows you to take familiar processes. You've all been through this before. A designer creates a design in Photoshop or XD. By the way, I did pay for this image. I don't know how the Shutterstock logo got on there, but it's an officially licensed image. But you have a designer that creates a design in a design program, and then your development team then converts that design into code. In WordPress's case, HTML, CSS, and PHP. And then what do you do with that code once you've created it? Do you throw it away? No. What development teams often do is they componentize the code and reuse it again and again and again and again and again in projects. And of course, customize it to the use case they're building for in any particular moment in time in any particular project. So they're reusing those assets over and over and over and over again. So in my view, what the block editor does is it takes these familiar processes and it allows you to scale that innovation by delivering the things you design, the things you code in a reusable format within the WordPress block editor. So now, not only can your development team reuse their code, but your marketing team can reuse the things you create. They can customize them, and insofar as you want to allow, so they can build experiences faster. And of course, your development team can use those blocks too in order to get projects done more quickly. And so again, the block editor is taking these familiar processes and extending them to allow you to scale your innovation. Now, if you're a developer or designer, you might think, well, does that mean I won't have a job later? From what I have seen, that is definitely not the case. And the reason is because what you build is now more valuable. You're increasing the need of what you build by building things that are more reusable, more scalable, and allow your customers, if you're an agency, or your company, if you're a brand, to move faster. When WP Engine started adopting these workflows and started adopting blocks within our websites, what we found was that the marketers and content creators were able to develop compelling content much more quickly, much more quickly than in the past. And the demand for blocks and customizations and new experiences and new integrations increased. And that's because what the development team was building was more valuable. And in our case, we actually doubled the team after adopting these workflows because the work they were doing was more valuable. So let's talk about the state of the block editor. Like, where are we at today? As you, if you've been paying attention, you almost certainly know the block editor was released in WordPress core in December of 2018. And what we've seen since then is an update for the block editor in every single release of WordPress. Improvements, fixes, new features. It is without a doubt the center of modern WordPress. It was also a milestone release. It was one of the first releases to have multiple release leads. Matthias, of course, up there on the top left, was the lead developer. I think he even still is of Gutenberg. My coworker here, Anthony Burchell from WP Engine Labs team, was on that. Of course, Daniel, Josepha, Matt, and others. This was another kind of historic moment in WordPress history. And then as we look at the future, in December of 2020, in version 5.6 of WordPress, we're getting essentially the launch or a public beta of phase 2 of Gutenberg, which is referenced as full site editing. Full site editing means that the block editor will not just be used for content within pages and posts, but it will also be extended to the navigation of your site, the sidebar, and the footer. I think of the transition as the transition between a page builder and a site builder. And so this is coming in version 5.6. So again, another historic release of WordPress. And it's also historic for another important reason. It's actually the very first all-women-led release squad for WordPress. This is incredible. I want to give a shout out to Josepha Hayden for helping to put this together, organize, and get a great group of people together. Also shout out to Sarah Ricker from the WP Engine web team. She's actually also on this release. Some of the other people I really enjoy seeing here is people like Tanya Mork and others, but such an incredible group of leaders. I'm really proud to be part of a community that's able to make something like this happen. Now, in the release of 5.6, if you read the release plan, you'll see a bullet, and I have it here at the bottom of my list, and it says default theme, including an FSE compatible version. Now, those words are carefully chosen. And the reason is because themes and full site editing will be drastically different than themes are today. One example is the file structure. Page and templates files are no longer a thing, and block templates rule the day. Certain PHP functions you may rely on in your themes will not be available in a full site editing theme, and you'll need to approach those elements, and particularly also styling, in the context of blocks and plugins. So there's a major change coming to how themes are built. Now, of course, you'll still be able to build the old versions on December 2020 and January 2020. But as you start to think about how you'll build themes for full site editing, it's going to be a different experience. And so in order to illustrate a little bit about what that experience is like, what I'd like to do is I'd like to give you a live demo. Now, what we're going to do is really fundamentally start to think about building a site that is block first. In other words, not using our themes to paint, but rather thinking about it through the context of blocks. And this is the paradigm that's coming within WordPress as full site editing is released. Donna, what's the number one thing people name a piece of software when they're first learning software? What do people always name it, Donna? I don't know if you can hear, if you can respond here.
Hello World.
Hello World, right. So every time I do a demo like this, I always like to localize Hello World for the audience. So I spoke at the Chennai, India meetup a few weeks ago, and for that one I named my site Vanakkam Chennai, which is Tamil, the language Tamil, but it's Tamil for essentially Hello Chennai or Greetings Chennai. So for Philly, I needed to come up with a localized version, and the most Philly greeting I could think of is, I'm going to my demo site here, I want to do the big reveal here, is Yo Philly. So obviously lifting this out of the Rocky movie a little bit. I get that Philly's so much more than Rocky, but I went ahead and named this one Yo Philly. So I hope you like that little Easter egg there. Now what you're looking at now, of course, is the front end of the website. And I think this is a good illustrative view to start thinking about themes in the full site editing context. This is not a full site editing theme. This theme is called Genesis Block Theme, and it's a pre-beta release. And the theme has a really unique aspect to it in that it doesn't do a lot. The theme is really just setting the layout, having a few styles here and there for blocks, but for the most part, the theme is hardly doing anything at all. It is really just setting the overall design pattern for the site. Now, this is similar to how you're going to experience themes in a full site editing context. So what's the most special thing about the theme? That it's not doing a whole lot. So then as we think about a build or a block first build, we start to think like, okay, well, what does that look like when we actually go in to build the site? So I'm going to show you that on the back end. But as we do that, I really want you to use your imagination, because I'm going to show you some of the ways we've gone about this. But really, this presentation is about challenging you to think about how you're going to innovate with the block editor in WordPress. So of course, we'll go ahead and go to the back end and start to create a page. Now, I'm guessing almost everyone here in this presentation has already played around with the blocks included in WordPress core. We see them, of course, over here in the block section. But what I'm going to do is I'm going to talk to you a little bit about what we did here in Genesis Blocks, which adds this layouts button to the editor. Now, again, as you think about your block strategy, look at some of the ways we've utilized blocks in this context and start to think about, what am I going to build to drive innovation in my business or my agency, or to reduce the amount of time we have to spend to build quality experiences. So in the selector, we see in the Genesis blocks context, we have essentially something called sections. And these are parts of a web page that you can invoke. And they're essentially using block patterns. Block patterns were actually inspired by the technology you're seeing here. And of course, the Genesis team usually contributes to WordPress core in many ways. But if we look at what a section is, and as you start to think about how you might use similar approaches in your practice, we can start to look at things like the team member block. Now, of course, you've probably played with the block editor, so you already know that you can edit the content and edit the style and edit the design. But as you think about your blocks, don't just think about them in the context of a block. Start to play with things like block patterns to be able to provide kind of whole areas of content that enable your content creators. So if you're part of a company or servicing a brand as an agency, and you're thinking, how am I going to enable these content creators? How am I going to enable my own dev team to be able to move faster? Start thinking of all the components on the site that you reuse over and over and over and over again, those post grids, things like this team member layout, and so on and so forth, and think like, how do I want that to work? How do I want that to behave? And how will I be able to build those things in order to allow others to scale the innovation of things that I create? Also within the Genesis blocks context, we have this notion of layouts. I'm actually going to go in here and undo that, and we'll go back to layouts. So in the Genesis blocks context, and again, the way you do this might be completely different, but in the Genesis blocks context, we have sections, which are part of a page, but we also have something called layouts, which essentially are an entire page. Now, a layout like product launch would actually be super helpful for a company like WP Engine, who tends to launch products a lot of the time. And so by allowing your product marketers or whoever it is on the team that's going to ultimately launch that product and put that product page out, you're able to provide them a template to be able to get up and going quickly. And as you can see, it's a click and it's done and it's there. And these are the capabilities we've leveraged with the block editor. But of course, you'll do this in your own way or use things like Genesis blocks or Cadence blocks or other things like that to accomplish similar outcomes. And as you can see, of course, it's an entire page of content that's ready for the editor to, or the content creator to edit. Now we've taken this one step further, which isn't public yet, but I'm showing you a sneak peek of what's coming within our product, and that's collections. So if we look at sections and you start to think about like, well, how am I going to make my blocks and how am I going to cut them up? So you have the part of the web page. For us, we have a whole web page of block-based demo content. But if you'll notice something, what do you notice, Donna, about these three layouts? What's the first thing that jumps to mind?
Find my unmute button here.
Oh yes, I keep putting you on the spot. I'm a talker. I gotta talk.
That's quite all right. So they look very, very different, the three of them.
Exactly. They do not follow the same design, and they have unique designs on each of them. Now, the user can go in and modify the block settings to match the style of their site. There's things that you can go do in the customizer that modify the blocks. And of course, you can essentially override the CSS to make it look however you want. But in this particular use case, we see that there are three completely unique designs. So one of the things we'd added in our implementation of the block editor is this notion of collections. So what collections are is they're basically a group of sections that all follow the same design style, like you might build when you start to think about building out a site for a client if you're a freelancer or agency. We also have this notion of course, layouts within the collections context, meaning that we have essentially whole pages of block-based demo content that, that the user can just click on, but also, of course, follow the same design. Now, the way I like to think about collections and the way we've approached this that might help you as you think about what you're going to do is if you've ever installed a theme and the theme's demo content, particularly if it has block-based demo content, the way I think about this approach is we've essentially chopped up all the pages and sections and blocks and made them available to the user, to the content creator, and of course our own dev teams when building out content. So we've chopped it all up, put it in this interface, and allow those content creators to be able to leverage these collections in an instant to build out a page. And so we can kind of take a look at this and see it in action. So we'll go back here and we'll add our homepage. And so just like the layouts before that loaded all of the block-based demo content with a quick click and a quick load, we now have this layout that's now loaded within the page, and we can quickly go in as we create pages and essentially load out an entire site's worth of demo content. So we have our homepage, contact, about, samples and features and sample features and services, as well as an alternative version of the homepage. So this is our expression of custom blocks and things like block patterns. And so really my point in showing you this is to challenge you to think about, well, what am I going to make my agency faster, to make my agency more efficient? These designs, the blocks, the way they're coded, this is our opinion. What is your opinion of how something should look and how something should operate? And so this is the way I'd like you to think about the block editor as you think about integrating it into your practice, your agency, your brand, your team, is how can I leverage the block editor to scale my innovation and get projects done faster? Now, we'll go back to the presentation for the rest of our content here. But if you'll remember from WordCamp US in Philly, I remember this very well. Been to Philly many times. Love, love, love Philly. And at WordCamp US, Matt Mullenweg says, learn JavaScript deeply. I wish we could be in an audience so I could get a show of hands of how many people learn JavaScript deeply. I'm guessing it's probably not a huge percentage of the audience, but this was Matt's call to arms. He said this for a couple of reasons. The web in general is tending to move in a JavaScript direction. And of course, also the block editor leverages React. So Matt telling us this is a clue at that time about what's coming in WordPress and what the skills you're gonna need in order to build with WordPress, and particularly the block editor. Now, if you want to learn React and you haven't done it yet, I recommend you start with the Block Editor Handbook. It's basically on WordPress.org and has all the information you need to learn about the block editor. If you'd like it in course style, there's a course by a gentleman named Zach Gordon, really wonderful educator, called JS for WP. And then there's a framework called Create Guten Block, which is a great way to learn React and building blocks. Mike McAllister, the creator of Genesis blocks, actually learned to make blocks using Create Guten Block. He has his own system now, but that was his tool for learning. And you can also build blocks without React. So if you haven't learned JavaScript deeply yet, don't worry, there's some choices for you to still be able to build custom blocks. ACF has a wonderful solution, ACF blocks, that allow you to leverage your PHP, HTML, and CSS and WP admin skills to build blocks without having to know React. A gentleman named Nick Croft, also known as Nick the Geek, author of a book called Genesis Explained. He actually likes to use block patterns for this, where he uses like title and paragraph blocks and image blocks to make a pattern that for the person editing the page, it feels like a single block. I'm begging him to write a blog post about it. He didn't have it available for this broadcast. But what I'll show you now is what we've done in the Genesis blocks context. So for this example, we can imagine that we're going to build this fundraising block. And we can imagine for a minute that this is a design file that a designer sent to us. So we need to now go build it. And ACF blocks, by the way, has similar flows, so definitely check out them as well. What we're seeing now is a view inside of WP admin. The user has clicked on Create New Block. And now they need to create a title for their block or a name for the block. And then they need to create fields that the block will use. So of course you can name the field. You can select what type of field it is, text, text area, URL, image. And then you can also choose where the field will be edited, meaning that is it in the page editor itself or is it in the inspector panel? So an example of a field for an inspector panel might be the background color or other color settings or similar things that are fit well within the inspector panel workflows. From there, you can essentially invoke the block on the back end of WordPress. This particular block doesn't have any editor styles yet, which is why you're not seeing it styled. And you can choose or not to do that. But then once you've created the block within WordPress, you then create, and we're getting right into the familiar territory of most WordPress developers. In this example, what we've done is created a folder within the 2020 child theme called Blocks Campaign, the name of our block. We've created a PHP file and essentially are now invoking the fields via our PHP file in order to get them in the right sequence and in the right structure. You can also add custom PHP here. The example in the top right is a function and filter that can help you do this in the context of a plugin. For this screen, I'm showing you the theme approach. And then of course, from there, via the block CSS file, you can provide whatever styles you want for the content contained within the blocks. And the output is this. Now, of course, I skipped a few steps for the sake of the demo and for time, but my point is leveraging things like ACF blocks, block patterns, or Genesis custom blocks, you can actually create your own custom blocks without actually having to know React. So keep that in mind as you start to think about your strategy. So again, I go back to this question. How are you going to scale your innovation? How are you going to use core blocks, block libraries, the block repo, and custom blocks to build something unique? What are you going to invent? This is your moment. This is my moment. This is everyone's here moment. Every day is the good old day for some day, and today is our day. These capabilities are being introduced into WordPress core. The companies of the future, the innovation of the future, the experience of the future, that's what you're all going to build. And so that's what I hope I inspired you to do in this session. So that's it for the content, and we've saved a little time here for Q&A. Donna, you might actually have some questions. I know you've been watching the chat and all that stuff. What questions do we have?
So we have a few questions that have come in. There's one from Michelle Moore, which says, are there disadvantages to using multiple block libraries?
Yes, so that's a great question. I know we talked about that, Donna, a little earlier.
Yes.
So there's this notion of like choosing block library plugins because you want one block, but it comes with hundreds of blocks. And so you might need, just like you're making decisions on plugins, you really need to be asking yourself, if I'm going to choose a block library plugin, am I going to use enough of those blocks to be helpful for me? And if I'm not, you might want to question whether that plugin might be a good fit for you. Similar, I think of this just like how I think about plugins in general. If I need one feature, but not the thousands of other features the plugin provides, do I really need that plugin? Now, the impact to your site would depend on the plugins you choose and your use case and a bunch of other factors. But of course, as you install things like block library plugins, I definitely recommend you do before and after performance tests to see the impact to your site. And then another thing that we've been looking into, and certainly we've been in practice using within our own sites, is essentially making our own kind of libraries of plugins that we then can include in WordPress via our own custom plugins with our own sites. And then in the future, within the Genesis context, we're also looking into how to allow you to store these out in the cloud and then kind of pull them into the site one at a time as you need to use them.
Great. So yeah, we did have a session a little bit earlier that says why you should delete most of the plugins from your site, and it was all about speed. So does pay to be careful there, but you want to get the functionality you need.
Yeah, but do that before and after tests when you install plugins. I mean, that go a long way to alleviating, or at least identifying what the impact is to your site, because a lot of it might not necessarily have a huge impact. So the before and after tests are definitely critical for me.
Great. The next question we have is from Nilo. It says, how does the new Genesis layout selector work with block editors' block patterns?
I'm not familiar with, so the block editor block pattern. So that's a good question. I wanted to make sure I understood it correctly. So I believe Nyla is referencing the WordPress block editor, not a separate product or something.
Correct.
So then the answer is essentially the layouts leverage block patterns. So layouts existed before block patterns. And actually, as block patterns were being introduced into WordPress core, there was a lot of discussion around the use of our layouts in that context. And so the layouts that you see were the inspiration for block patterns in a lot of ways. And so we've essentially gone from having kind of our own stack in that area to being able to benefit from WordPress core adopting it. And of course, now we get to leverage block patterns. So the short answer is they use them, but they were also the inspiration for block patterns. In some ways, I mean, of course, there are many inspirations for block patterns.
It's a truly evolving universe.
Yes. The only constant is change. But with that change, I believe, and having gone through this for 20 years, is opportunity. I mean, I find it extremely exciting to take advantage of new things and to try things in new ways and be able to deliver more value than I've delivered before.
There's never been a better time to experiment with all the things that are going on. So that leads actually into our next question from Ken, who says, well, should I wait until 5.6 to do redo a site then?
Oh, I love this question. I hear it all the time. In the Genesis universe, we're talking about full site editing and all the stuff we're building, and people are like, should I stop building sites until that comes out? No, please build sites. Everyone is building themes in the way that you're building them today. 5.6 is a public open beta of full site editing. So it's not even fully in GA yet relative to WordPress itself. WordPress core team has an excellent history, if you will, of backwards compatibility. So I sat around for probably a year waiting on one of my favorite frameworks back in the day that was going to have this big release and it was going to be this big change. And the lead, head developer of that kept saying, I'm going to do it. I kept waiting and I never got it out the door. So please build today, but pay attention, test, and give feedback to the WordPress core team.
All right, so I think we have one quick question here from Mikey. What blocks do you recommend other than the custom HTML block?
The
and we
column,
just have a few seconds here.
Yeah, the column block is one of my favorites. It's a very versatile block. It's a nice way to embed other blocks. So if you haven't played around with the column block, check it out.
My customers love the button block. Making a button so simple now.
Thank you, Donna.
All right, so thank you very much, David. And David will actually be in the WP Engine sponsor room afterwards if you have some additional questions for him. And he's also going to be at our after party coming up. So we have sessions coming up next. We have a short break of 15 minutes, and we have our lightning rounds for developers in this session. Lightning rounds, the basic in another section, and our WordPress Guppy Tank in the community track. So thank you, everyone.
Thanks, Donna. Thanks, everyone.
Hi, my name is Michelle, and I'm here to introduce our lightning round for developer sessions. So this is going to be a series of 3 10-minute presentations. Up first, we have WordPress in a Headless World by Colby Fayok, followed by Web Components in WordPress from Scott Whitrock, and ending with Pattern Libraries for the Non-Designer by Kirsch McConlogue. And we'll have a little bit of Q&A after that.
Hey everyone, today I'm going to talk about how our friend WordPress lives in a headless world. So who am I? I'm Colby Fayok. I'm the one hugging BB-8 and Kylo Ren over there. I work on the UX and front-end side of things at Element 84. You can find me pretty much anywhere on the web by just Googling my name, as I'm the only one in the world. So I'm going to start this talk off by kind of admitting that the title is a little bit backwards. We're still living in a WordPress world. According to Build with Trends, if we look at this CMS distribution of the top 1 million sites, 44% of the websites are using WordPress. I'm not quite sure how accurate this number is, but the general consensus when I was trying to look this up is that WordPress serves 35% of the internet. If the internet consists of 1.3 billion websites, 455 million is the number we get. That's a staggering number. But I'm not here to talk about WordPress on its own. I'm here to talk about the rise of headless resources and how WordPress fits in and can evolve with it. So to start, what does WordPress actually mean? With our traditional stack, somebody visits a page in their browser. The browser reaches out to the server will do the work like request data from the database, then render the HTML for the page and return the response. If we're lucky, it will return it cached. Finally, the browser displays that response to the person. With a headless approach, or also called decoupled, that request to the server is asynchronous on the client. In this particular example, the person would visit a page in the browser and immediately get a response straight from storage. Once that page in the browser, though, the browser would kick another request to the server, which can load all the dynamic content. And this goes for any service, whether we want to leverage Cloudinary for image services or Stripe to manage payments. The goal here is that we're decoupling these services, so each service can focus on what it's good at. But I would imagine you'd be wondering, why would we want to make a client-side request to a CMS like WordPress? And while I'm sure some people have their use cases, that's not necessarily the approach we're trying to recommend. That's where static site generators come in to do the hard lifting, so before your page hits the browser, which has given rise to what people now call the Jamstack. That's right, the Jamstack. At the core, Jamstack sites are static HTML websites. This isn't a new idea, but it's a modern approach. Typically, they use JavaScript in the browser to make any request to your APIs to provide dynamic data, or they use those APIs at compile time to serve the dynamic content without an extra client-side request. One example that we could imagine is building a React app. This would serve as our JavaScript layer. We would use the WordPress API to provide the content and dynamic data. We would compile that down to a static site using Next.js, which, along with a lot of other features, is a static site generator. Now, if this is all new to you, you might be wondering, why would we do this? That sounds like a lot of work. Why not just use WordPress out of the box like we always do? The great thing about Jamstack sites is they have a lot of compelling features built right in. By default, we're living up to what AWS considers a well-architected infrastructure. These features that we all care about, like performance, reliability, and cost. With most server-based solutions like WordPress, there are a lot of options to help speed things up. For WordPress specifically, that includes plugins to cache or some custom work under the hood. But each page is a server hit, which is prone to its ups and downs. On the other hand, serving a plain static HTML file is just going to be fast. Instead of spending time rendering on a server, you serve a static file right from storage or a CDN. While you can do this with the default WordPress, it's often much more complicated, and some of the plugins that cache might serve an HTML file, but they still serve it from a regular server and not storage. With any server, we're typically paying for how much our traffic is going to be expected to be. While most of the time that's predictable, we all hope to one day have a viral post. And if that happens, the people visiting our site will be the ones who are paying for it with slow speeds or timeouts. There are solutions like load balancing and auto scaling, but those aren't perfect solutions and might not always handle a surge in traffic. Back to the fact that we're serving static HTML files, because we're serving files straight from storage, or better yet, static files directly from a CDN, buzzword alert, that means our user-facing website is going to infinitely scale. That static site will survive the Reddit hug of death when your post goes viral. Managing servers isn't always cheap. While a low-traffic personal blog can manage a few dollars a month, the more that traffic grows, the more the cost is going to quickly grow. While you have those options like load balancing and auto-scaling, those services quickly add up, and without it, you risk your site slowing down or worse, downtime. But storage is really cheap. really, really cheap. We can maintain huge projects on AWS using S3 for a really low cost. But even if we still have to manage a server, the required bandwidth and general usage is going to be much, much lower, as now the only traffic hitting that site is content managers or requests at compile time. So now that we know a little bit more about headless and the Jamstack, what do the headless CMS services actually look like? Given the recent growth and popularity of statically compiled sites, a ton of solutions are popping up that give developers a lot of options for headless CMSs. These are just a few of them. One of the selling points with a lot of these solutions is that you have full control over your structured data. Yeah, you can do a lot with WordPress, but these solutions focus on allowing you to define your own schemas. This should give you a lot of flexibility when it comes to consuming your data. And the whole idea of managing a CMS headless is the idea that you're separating your concerns. This means your developers don't need to worry about things like themes or UI. They're focused on getting the data right. As a developer, I gotta say the modern approach to tooling is nice. It's not always fun trying to replicate locally to develop a WordPress site. A lot of the companies building headless solutions are making a lot of efforts to keep developers happy. Sanity.io, for instance, has a command line tool that you can spin up new services and automate your infrastructure. With a decoupled front end, we also use the tooling that we want to use for the front end. This means we have a choice. So if we want to build a static single page app in React, we can do that. So the goal here was to get you familiar with the concepts and the benefits of headless and Jamstack. In a headless world, WordPress still has a lot of features that makes it compelling to use. One issue I see with a lot of recent solutions is they seem to be developer focused. They tend to look like an editable database, and that's not necessarily a bad thing, but you have to know your audience. If your developers or technical team are going to maintain the website or app, that's probably okay. But if the ultimate goal is for the CMS to be used by people who are non-technical, you're providing an experience that people might struggle to learn and use. WordPress is still king. It's the most used CMS in the industry. That means most of our clients are already going to be familiar with WordPress. Doubling down on the user experience part, switching from a familiar platform that non-technical people can use to a developer-focused platform they don't know can prove really challenging. And there's a huge ecosystem already thriving around WordPress. If you run into an issue, you're more than likely able to find someone who already ran into that issue with a Google search. We can also take advantage of a lot of community solutions that extend WordPress, like the almost 55,000 free plugins, if not more by now. Okay, so if WordPress is so great, how about WordPress? Since 4.7, WordPress by default now supports a REST API. This means right out of the box, WordPress is actually available as a headless CMS. We can make a simple HTTP request to an endpoint and get the data we need for the site. So coming full circle, we can take advantage of this approach where we leverage APIs at compile time to produce static websites. Rather than waiting for a server request, we'll have our entire WordPress site available as HTML documents. While it's still just a work in progress, I've done just that with Next.js. Next.js is a React framework. It lets you build complex sites with a ton of features built right in. We're taking advantage of its ability to query for data at compile time and output static files. I've set this up so that on our homepage, when we're compiling the site, we first reach out to get the first set of posts, just like we commonly see on normal blog sites with WordPress. Those are passed as props to the page that built out in React. Then I can create the UI. Because Next.js won't know the routes ahead of time with a dynamic route, we need to figure out all the pages it needs to create. So we grab all those posts and create new paths, telling Next.js to create a new page for each one. I also wanted to include client-side search for the project. The WordPress REST API provides search capabilities, but then we're still hitting the server, which we don't necessarily want to do here. Since Next.js is built on top of Webpack, I was able to create a Webpack compiler that fetched all the posts at compile time. It would then create a static search index with titles and paths and a static file. It then loads into memory or asynchronously on the client and makes the searches right to that index. And with all of that, I was able to put together an MVP of a WordPress site statically compiled with Next.js. There's a lot here to digest, and there's also some missing pieces. My hope is to keep chopping away at things and make it easy for someone to spin up a new static Next.js site with WordPress. So even with all that, headless WordPress isn't a perfect solution, so let's walk through some of the downsides. There are a bunch of missing pieces right out of the box, namely features like blog preview support. If certain features are critical to a workflow, it could be a deal breaker. Not all plugins are going to just work. To be clear, a lot do. You can still use advanced custom fields or Yoast SEO and have a lot of control over the content, but more UI-centric plugins or really anything that doesn't output to the REST API won't work. Given it's not API first, there are a few downsides. The REST API can be a little bit slow, but this doesn't matter as much since we're hitting it at compile time. You're also prone to the same security or maintenance concerns, but since your WordPress instance is decoupled, it's much, much easier to lock down. So the goal here wasn't to get you all to jump ship from WordPress, but to show the flexibility of WordPress and why it's still compelling. We can come up with some pretty powerful solutions that provide a great user experience while also making it performant and cheap. If you want to check out my Next.js work with WordPress, it's completely open source on my GitHub. If you're interested in learning more about the Jamstack, I just launched a book called Jamstack Handbook that will walk you through everything you need to know about the Jamstack. And that's it. If you want to learn more or chat about the talk, you can find me pretty much anywhere at Colby Fayok. I'll also tweet out a link to some of the stuff you've seen here. Thanks, everyone.
In this lightning talk, I'm going to tell you how you can stand out at your company by helping your teammates create a more uniform look across your websites. First, an introduction to me. My name is Scott Whitrock. I'm a senior technical product manager at Banno, which is part of Jack Henry and Associates. At Banno, I help build white label apps for small community banks and credit unions that don't have big development teams. We want to help the small banks be able to stay afloat and compete because we know that they're a big part of local communities. I lead the team working on our open banking initiative, which provides small banks the tools to build features on top of our platform that customers want. We use a lot of web components in our products to achieve a modern look without really sacrificing performance, which is a big deal. A quick plug, we are a fully remote company and we're always looking to fill our team with passionate people. Check out our job site if you're interested. Feel free to reach out to myself. And then a quick disclaimer is the thoughts and opinions expressed in this presentation are my own and do not reflect those of Banno or Jack Henry. So let's get started. During this talk, I want you to imagine that you're a developer at a company called SnapCrowd. The company has a pretty simple vision. They want to build a tool to quickly estimate the size of a crowd from a picture. It can be used to show how many people came out to rallies in support of social justice, as they did here in Philly earlier this year, or how many people didn't come out to a presidential inauguration ceremony. So, during your first day on the job at SnapCrowd, your CEO comes into you and says, "We need a website set up like right now so that our marketing intern can get started adding content." Okay, so you get started right away and you select a WordPress theme that looks really great, but you have to do a few tweaks to get the navigation just right because the CEO wants this big call to action. You get the site launched and the marketing intern starts adding a bunch of content and you're feeling pretty happy. You're feeling pretty good. So the company launches the product and it starts to be pretty successful, which is great. You keep working away to tweak the marketing site to match the vision for the leadership team the vision that the leadership team is demanding. They want it to look pixel perfect, and you're up for the challenge to make that happen. The company keeps growing, and you're still feeling pretty great at this moment. Okay, but then one day you get a request from the head of support to add a link to their new support guides. As the support team grew, they set up a Zendesk site to handle tickets and post guides. They really wanted this information available from the marketing site, but when you load up the page, you realize that there's a slight problem. The look and feel is pretty drastically different than your marketing site, which you've been working very closely with the CEO to get just right. You know it's important to get these guides out there, so you add the link quickly and you push it out there. This is great. So the support team is happy and you keep plugging away on your marketing site. But then a couple weeks later, the R&D team comes to you with a request. They developed this really cool computer vision model to detect the crowd size, and they want to share that information with prospective engineers. They create an engineering blog using Gatsby, and they want you to add a link to the marketing site too. You really want to get their information out there, but Just like the support site, the navigation and the look is it's really different. You add the link and you move on, and you kind of push that aside for the next problem for the next day. But as the company grows, more and more microsites are popping up, and you can't really stay on top of them and keep them all coordinated. You really want to support this content, but you can see that the users aren't really clicking around from site to site. And worst, the CEO, who you work closely with to get the marketing site just right, is complaining that it's a mess because all of these different pages look completely different. You review all the sites, and you realize that, one of the big things is that all of these different navigation kind of hierarchies are just totally different from site to site. And it's probably the reason why your users aren't finding the content and getting lost on your site. You decide that this is the problem that you want to tackle first. You want to be able to make it easy for users to jump from site to site to site. As you review each microsite from the technical perspective, you realize that they're all built on different technologies. They're not all just like Angular apps or React apps. Your marketing site is in WordPress, your support team is using Zendesk, the R&D team is using Gatsby. Each team is pretty invested in their technology stack, and they don't want to change. You start brainstorming how to create a more consistent fix to this problem. Your first thought is, well, maybe if I just create like the HTML, CSS, and JavaScript and share it with the team, they can implement it into each of their platforms. But you pretty quickly realize this doesn't sound right. How would they handle updates? What if there's conflicting like CSS classes? What if there's a JavaScript causing issues elsewhere on the page? Each team would have to do a lot of troubleshooting to make sure it's working just right. You start thinking, is there a better way to do this? And there is. Enter web components. So web components are a way to create reusable components that can be shared in any web technology. They encapsulate the structure, style, and function into a nice package that doesn't necessarily interfere with the outside structure or the outside application. For web components to be effective, they really rely on 4 main web standards. Those include HTML templates, custom elements, the shadow DOM, and ES modules. These 4 standards are now widely implemented in all of the main browsers. This is really opening the door to be able to use web components more widely. The combination of using the HTML templates, the shadow DOM, and the shadow DOM allow you to create the components that they don't bleed out and kind of pollute the application that they live within. Which is a really useful feature when your component lives inside of another person's application. So you realize that you can use web components to solve SnapCrowd's problem by creating this single awesome header component. So how do you actually go about creating that component? So you can create a web component using just straight JavaScript with syntax like this. So here we're creating a My Awesome header component by extending the HTML element. You can then attach that or initialize it onto the DOM by adding it to the window object using the define method on the custom elements property. Once you've added it to the window, you can actually use that tag anywhere in your code. To make this actually work, there's a number of different properties on that HTML element, including attaching the shadow DOM. You can add events, you can add inputs, all of these different things to be able to interact with the component itself, which I'll talk about in just a minute. So you could do all of this coding from scratch if you wanted to with straight JavaScript. But that's kind of like starting a garden when you really just want dinner. Like, you could do it, or you could go to the supermarket and pull what you need off the shelf so you can make dinner tonight. Luckily with web components, they're mature enough to have a number of systems out there where you can just jump in and get started with your components. These are a number of different systems that are out there to help. So there's Hybrids, Lit Element, the Polymer Project, Slim.js, and Stencil. I haven't worked too much with Hybrids, the Polymer Project, or Slim.js. The company I work for now uses Lit Element, and I've used Stencil quite extensively for a number of my personal projects, and I really like it. And I'm going to talk a little bit more about what Stencil kind of brings to the table. Like I said, I'm not affiliated with Stencil at all. I'm just a fan and a user. So Stencil uses JSX to create the templates. So if you know a little bit about React, it won't take too long to get up and running with Stencil. Stencil also wraps a number of web component lifecycle hooks and makes it a lot easier to interact with. So here's just a few of those different lifecycle hooks. So you have kind of like an on a init. When it gets destroyed, you can watch different properties to see when they change and update your component correctly. The other thing that I really like about Stencil is that Stencil gives you documentation built in. So when you write the code to create an input for your web component, it will automatically detect that decorator, and it will generate this markdown file for you with all of these different properties, which is really, really important, because if you don't have documentation, how does your team know how to use it? So once you've got your component built, you can create an NPM package so your team can download it into their project. And since you use Stencil and you have all of that great documentation, they were able to drop it into their application without too much hand-holding from yourself, which is great. By creating this component, you're really amplifying your impact at the company, which is really great for your career and will look really good to any executive or stakeholder within the company. In addition, you're really helping your teammates also create cohesive sites. You know, by creating this really cool looking header, their sites look better, and then across the company, all of them have this cohesive feel, and then you all rise up together. So that's my talk on kind of web components and how they can help you bring some uniformity to your site. Don't forget to vote in this upcoming election, and I'll be around during the Q&A to answer any questions that you have, or you can tweet at me at fixitandpost42. Thanks.
This is so weird talking to nobody in the room, but here we go. What is a pattern library? A pattern library is really just a single page or a group of pages where the work of your CSS file is on display. A style guide, standards for design, a collection of reusable parts. StyleGuides.io is an inspirational site where about 250 companies or people, maybe people you know, maybe people you don't know, who have interesting libraries. You can go there and see how they've published their style guides. The Pennsylvania government PA.gov design standards has a link. There's a link at the bottom of every page of most of the sites that belong to the Pennsylvania government that show exactly how to style additional content for the government site. So there's a button, you want to put this button on your website. That's what it'll look like. You click this button and you get this code, and then you put it in your website wherever it's supposed to go. The purpose is, for me at least, is to streamline my initial build. I want to show the client most of the site styles in one place and get approval before I start working on stuff. It also serves as a place to remind me about the decisions I've already made, so I don't have to make them over again. This is how I do it. I make a page with my most common blocks, unstyled. I copy the code. I save that as a text file so I can find it and use it again on any new site that I have. And then I commence with my styling, choosing the colors and the fonts and setting up the CSS as appropriate. It's important that your first shot at this, that the base library must be very clean, because once you add a class or group some blocks and then change your mind, that initial styling doesn't necessarily go away, but new stuff gets added on top, and that's a little frustrating when things don't seem to go the way they're supposed to. So I start with the colors. If a client says they want blue, then I'll figure out what colors go with blue. If they give me more colors to work with, then I will work with those. This is built as just as a straight HTML table, because it's easier to put the colors in the blocks that way than to use the block for tables. And this website, Peloton, I really like for choosing colors, because that wheel, you can sort of slide stuff around and choose whether it's 3 colors next to each other or apart from each other, however it works. It's a fun one to play with. And then you can export the color size, the color codes to use however you want to use them. Then I do typography, and Chris Pearson has this great website, the grtcalculator.com, which is the golden ratio typography. And the way it works, it's based on the golden ratio from, ever. And so you choose a font to start with, and then maybe you'll do it this way. You choose a base size, and then the calculator will tell you the width of your content. This should be 680 pixels wide, which would be this width, and that's about 78 characters on a line. And it also shows you this would be your H1 and your H2 and so on down the line. Now, if you had a different choice, I still stick with the Ropato, and I'm not going to choose the font size this time. I'm going to say 850 pixels wide. So this is a little wider than the previous episode. And then it will tell you your base font size is 25 pixels, and it's 850 pixels wide, which is what you chose, and it's still about 78 characters on a line. It shows you also at the bottom of this, it shows you the size of the EM size that goes with that. And then this is just a comparison. This is that with the 20 pixels base size, and this is with 25, and the difference in the width of the piece, and also so you can see the difference. It's a great calculator. So this is the meat of the presentation. We've got the pattern library is set up. I've set it up with all the things that I normally need in a new website. This table, excuse me, shows up as the colors that are used on this site. Then I've got headings, H2, H3. I hardly ever use H4, but there's one here. Sometimes there's notes to remind me about things to look at otherwise. Then I got a paragraph, and there's a button. I generally, even in my test clean copy, I'll put a button color and the color code there, and following it is the text color of that code. Then I stick in a block quote and a standard pull quote. They seem to think that a pull quote is supposed to have a citation, and I think it should not. So that's that. I don't like it. I also prefer something called a call out, which is styled with the class call out, and I'll show you that when we get to the next part. And then a reminder that no dot goes in the advanced additional classes for whatever changes you're making. I got another paragraph. I've got this media and text box. The resizing of the sidebar of that text shows up in the sidebar, and you get does the text go at the top or the bottom, however you want that to sign up. That goes in this little box, which you can't see unless you click in the box. Then I've got an ordered list and an unordered list. All this, no styling at all, just plain out of the box. That's what it looks like. So then you're going to switch over to the code editor. See here from the visual editor to the code editor, and then copy all this code out. from time to time, it's not a bad thing to look at this code because if you've styled something and then unstyled it differently, in my experience, the first styling doesn't necessarily go away. It just adds another layer of styling on top of that to make it look like what you think it's going to look like in the end. So once you get this far, then you can most certainly, oh, I'm sorry, one thing you gotta be sure that you do, or all this is for naught, is to copy this code and put it someplace safe in a text file that you store someplace where you can find it, a safe place. Unlike what my children say, if it's a safe place, mom will never find it again. But you put it in a safe place that you can find it again so that you can use this at the beginning of whatever is the next project you're working on. Then, once you've saved your first copy, then you can, of course, put your styling in on this page. So when I get to the styling part, so the table shows up that was at the beginning of the style sheet, which I had coded in by hand in plain HTML because the table block, it becomes a little complicated to change the colors like this. So through the magic of television, I have added in all of my CSS in the customizer. I keep the commented out at the top whatever these colors are that I'm using so that I can find them without going back to the pattern library. I've changed the colors for my headings. I added a little space underneath the button. This is what my block quote looks like. It's not exactly the way I want it, but it's a start. This is the original pull quote. This is what I call a call out. You could style it. The code is in the side there, and I will make all this code available on my website, and there'll be a link at the end. And this, I kept in the reminder about the no dent. Here's another paragraph. Here's what that media, I didn't put any styling on this at all. This is my unordered list and my ordered list. And that's pretty much all there is to it. So thanks for paying attention or at least being here. And if you have any questions, I'm happy to listen or try to answer them.
Great. Thank you all for these presentations. This was all really informative and interesting. So we have a little bit of time for questions. And just a reminder, people can keep posting questions in the chat if you do want to ask something. But the first question that I have is for Colby. And so are serverless and Jamstack the same thing?
So that's a good question. It's something that people kind of get confused a little bit about. So Jamstack is really coming from the idea that you're serving static files from something like a CDN so that you're really providing something that's not going to have to render on the server. Whereas serverless is more of a concept that revolves around not having to manage servers. So you might have a Lambda function, which technically runs on servers, but you don't have to manage the servers that are behind that. So that's kind of the difference between the two.
Okay, thank you. And then let's see. I'll look at my little list. Okay, so for Kirsch, you went through this discussion of the pattern libraries. And so one question that came up is why not use classes instead?
Mostly because I'm lazy. I don't want to have to remember each time that I want to use a certain block that I have to attach a certain class to it. I just want the pull quotes to always look like this. And I'd rather spend the time at the beginning and have it all worked out than have to remember each time I use the block.
So all your pull quotes look the same across the site.
Right. And I can add a class to it to maybe switch it from one side of the screen to the other, but the base piece of it is already set.
Right. Cool. Okay. And then for Scott, about the web components, where do you host the actual code for a web component if you create something that your team is using across a bunch of different places?
Yeah, so you can host the web components in like any sort of CDN type
system, a static file system, and just drop in like a script tag is one way if you're using like straight HTML or embedding it into like a WordPress site. The other way that you could host it as well, you can wrap it up into like an NPM package and put it in any package registry system. So I have dropped some in just the NPM registry. I've also used GitHub's registry quite a bit to do like private packages, which is really useful if you're doing something like internal to your company. You can have it on a private package, so it only gets pulled into those that code. So.
Right, cool. So if someone's using a NPM to just install it, that component themselves, then they're actually hosting it each time actually themselves instead of you having to host it in one place.
Correct. It gets baked into their code, into their like build system. The one thing that's really nice with like Stencil gives you a lot of guidance on the build system, which is really useful. It's kind of built into the package. You can run the build command. It kind of puts everything into its own little NPM package that can then be sent up. There's a little bit of, if you're using like an Angular or React, you do have to just run, you have to drop in like a snippet of code in like your top level component just to like register those web components when the page loads.
Okay.
Once you do that, you can just drop the tag in and use it, which is really cool.
Very cool. I actually did not know about this technology and I'm kind of excited about it. Okay, so another question for Kirsch is just how do you find the block class?
What a hunt and peck. Either using the code inspector in the sidebar and then sort of trying to figure out which is the right class that's already assigned to that block. Sometimes you can tell from the class that shows up, or actually, I guess you can always tell from the class that shows up if you view the code, if you view the post or the page code, as opposed to looking at the visual editor. If you look at the code editor, then after the WordPress piece that identifies the block, then it tells you what the class is that goes to that block, which is kind of helpful if you're copying that piece of that sort of page of code to reuse it repeatedly. Then you can see what that code is. And for me, I'll often put notes in that saved text file that reminds me of if I learned something that was different than what was expected, so that I can find it again.
Yeah, great. Okay, I think that is all the questions we have. So we are going to wrap up, but thank you all so much for making these presentations for us and answering our questions. So following this, we're gonna be taking a 30-minute break. So enjoy your break, get a snack, get a cup of coffee. And up next on this track channel, we have a talk by Lindsay Groh, which is called Betrayed by Design, Recognizing Exclusion to Create Inclusion. Thanks.
Hi, everyone. I'm Donna Body, and I am delighted to introduce you to Lindsay Grow. Lindsay is an award-winning product design leader, and she works as a lead product designer at the Philadelphia Inquirer, focusing on digital transformation and storytelling. Before that, she was a lead information architect at Comcast, designing the future of entertainment for cross-platform video applications. Today, Lindsay is going to talk to us about Betrayed by Design, recognizing exclusion to create inclusion.
Great. Thanks so much, Donna. I really appreciate that. Thank you to you and the WordCamp Philly team in general. You guys have been doing an amazing job today. And also thanks for the opportunity to give me a platform to talk about something I feel really passionately about. The purpose of today's talk, like Donna said, is to draw attention to what I call exclusionary design, what it means, like how to spot them, why I consider them kind of a type of hostile design, And there are all types of exclusionary design in the world, working against a lot of different demographics of people. But for today, I'm going to be focused on accessibility, literacy, and diversity. So just a little bit about me. I'm a dog enthusiast. I'm coming to you from South Philadelphia. Like Donna said, I currently work at the Inquirer as a lead product designer. I've spoken many times in the past on hostile designs. Sometimes people refer to them as dark designs, how to recognize them and why people create them. And I've defined the term as an intentionally difficult user experience designed to prevent unwanted behavior. Here are a few of my favorite examples. This is a little banner ad that appears at the top of a mobile screen. And if you can't see it, there's a little speck of grime on that banner that's actually designed into the banner. So if you see that banner on your phone and you see that speck of grime, you're going to take your fingernail and try to scrape it right off. You click into the banner, boom, we have a hit. It's a success. It's a short-sighted success, but it is successful. Here's another example of that type of digital trickery, but it's a little more obvious, where they photoshopped a hair right across the middle of the ad. This is a type of dark pattern, or what I like to call hostile design. Like I said, it's successful, it works, that's why people do it. There are all sorts of digital trickery across the internet. This is an example of joining the terms and conditions automatically subscribes you to emails. Other examples include fake download buttons, intentionally confusing language to opt in or opt out of things. Like I said, the focus here is trickery within interface design. But while really digging into the problem of hostile patterns, I began realizing there are much bigger and broader issues that we could be addressing across the world of hostile design. For example, this is something called the Camden bench. Camden, not New Jersey, but England. This bench is designed based on preventative goals. This bench is not trying to trick anybody. It's defined far more by what it is not than what it is, and it works. This bench has been called the perfect anti-object, and I think it's a really good example of hostile architecture. But as you can see, as I'm walking through some examples of these types of benches, designing for prevention often neglects inclusion. People with back problems, many physical disabilities would not be able to use this bench. So as you can see, hostile design can manifest in both the physical and the digital worlds. Another type of hostile design that I like to talk about is something called crime prevention through environmental design. This is the use of civil engineering to achieve social engineering, and there are 4 pillars. The first is natural surveillance. So I snapped this picture at Love Park. It's basically not trying to hide the fact that you're being watched. Another example is access control, and this is channeling people into and out of a defined area to give a sense of a controlled space. The next one is territoriality. So this is a concept that's intended to delineate a space as public or private. Everything to the left of this bar feels public, everything to the right feels private. And then finally, really simple maintenance. If people see litter on the ground, they're more likely to throw litter on the ground. All types of cities in this world have this type of crime preventative design. If you ever, and this is for both public and private spaces, if you ever walk into a bathroom at a restaurant and there's blue lighting, that's because under blue lighting, people that are trying to shoot up drugs can't see their veins. There's something that, there's sprinklers for humans. So these are like motion activated for humans, not to actually water the plants. And one that I always have to mention because I just love the title of it is something called the Ultrasonic Teenage Youth Deterrent. This is a box that emits a high-pitched frequency that people only 18 or under are able to hear, which stops them from loitering. This one's on the 7-Eleven at Market and 16th in Philadelphia. So like I said, in my past talks, I talk in length about all these different types of hostile designs. And they cross both digital and physical experiences. But considering the state of the world today, I'd like to explore in depth something called exclusionary design. I'd like to examine how it affects different communities and look at different examples of things like demarketing, algorithmic dark marketing, and take a look at exclusion in regards to diversity. I've defined exclusionary design as a difficult experience caused by either a lack of awareness or a lack of motivation to solve a problem. So let's talk about some recent examples of exclusionary design. I hope everyone that is listening has been staying safe during this pandemic. But if you got tested in the earlier months for coronavirus, you probably did so by car. And I'm fairly certain that these drive-through testing concepts were put in place by higher income, predominantly white communities that didn't realize that having a car in the first place was a privilege. I don't think this type of exclusion was intentional, but the problem remains. 30% of Philadelphians don't own a vehicle. Our own journalist at the Inquirer, Aaron McCarthy, wrote a heartbreaking article profiling 3 people that didn't have cars who were struggling to get tested in early April. Another example I wanted to point out of a very recent exclusionary design, let's talk about social distancing. Think about the instructions you're supposed to follow. Keep 6 or more feet away from others in public, touch as little as possible. And if you're anything like me, my mind was occupied with like buying a mask, making sure I had toilet paper for some reason. I don't know why that was a thing. But I certainly didn't take a step back and think to myself, like, what if I were blind? How would you navigate that? I don't need to tell all of you that we're not living in normal times. You know, I think we can all agree we're in a time of crisis. But I think we can use this time to better understand our solutions from the viewpoint of others. And remind creators that their experience is not the default, including yours and including mine. After speaking with a couple of my friends who live with disability, I found out that there is a real sense of anger happening within their communities as the response to the pandemic and COVID looks more and more like this in the headlines. And these are attempts to reassure the young and the healthy at the expense of the elderly or the chronically ill. This type of messaging lacks compassion. And it also has a bias towards ageism and ableism. And I know that preventing panic is an important aspect of crisis communication, but so is empathy. One of my friends with disability told me that she feels like an afterthought. And she said, we're never built into the messaging. Arguably, we're built out of headlines and used as examples for why healthy people like you shouldn't be concerned. One other quick item I wanted to mention that we spoke about that wasn't on my radar was the disabled community is feeling rightly angry about all of the new work from home options and virtual schooling because they fought for it for so long, had it fall on so many deaf ears and been told it's not possible until the pandemic happened and then poof, it's possible almost overnight. Focusing on empathy, plain language, and inclusion is more important than ever right now in both the digital and the physical worlds. This pandemic has opened my eyes a lot, and I hope you feel the same way. Not only is it affecting low-wage, disabled, and minority communities, but we also have to think about the impending unemployment, health, and housing crisis that comes along with that. Take a deep breath. I stress myself out thinking about these things. So here's a picture of my dog. She's very cute. Her name is Pixel. The next type of exclusionary design I want to talk about is something that I like to think of as exclusion by complexity. This is an idea that a system is left the way that it is because there's little or no financial motivation to streamline that process for users. I started thinking about all the people that'll be signing up for these crazy government programs for the first time because of all these different types of crisis that we're in. And I felt frustration for them because I knew they were going to have to try to get shit done through government systems. Then I began to think optimistically. Hey, it's 2020, things aren't as bad as I think they are. Technology has evolved, empathy is a thing. I'm sure they put money into UX at some point. So I decided to go ahead and sign up for some things using my dog as an alias. Don't worry, I did not hit the submit button at the end of any of this research. I just got to as far as I could. So I signed my dog up for Medicaid, Social Security benefits, the Affordable Care Act, and the Philadelphia Small Business COVID Relief Fund. So when we worked on signing up for Medicaid, it was over 80 questions. It took me more than 45 minutes. They said they would get back to me maybe within 45 days, 90 if I had a disability. Social Security benefits, that was over 110 questions. It took me over an hour. I actually lost count. And they said they might get back to me within 3 months. The Affordable Care Act was surprisingly easy. It only had 30 questions. I got through in about 20 minutes. They said that they'd get back to me in 3 weeks. However, every single item throughout the form was the drop downs had white text on a white background. So I had to go through and try to read every single one. So it's absolutely not accessible. And then finally, the Small Business COVID Relief Fund. So when I landed here, I couldn't find a clear call to action anywhere on the page. So I actually read the whole thing and I still couldn't figure out where the button was to actually get to the form. So like anyone, I started Googling and finding articles and reading articles. How do I apply? What do I do? And I finally found the button that said, oh, click here to apply. And I found the button and I clicked it. And this is where it landed me. Super empathetic, right? So these systems, in my opinion, are discouraging users by complexity because there is a lack of motivation to solve these problems. Right now, because of the pandemic, 1 in 5 Pennsylvanians are currently out of work. So I saved the most frustrating for the last. I decided to sign up for unemployment. In the quest to file unemployment, I found out that the entire site is not screen reader friendly. I want to mention what a screen reader is for people who don't know. It's an assistive technology for people who have vision impairments, and it converts text and buttons and images and other screen elements into speech or braille. So close your eyes as you listen to this as I tab through the input fields.
Blank, edit text, blank. Edit text move menu, blank. Edit text move menu, blank. Edit text move menu, edit text.
So you can't tell what to enter because the ARIA label attribute is missing, which is the code that will tell the screen reader what to read out loud. Anyway, I started, and it felt like it never ended. There were errors, confusing questions, next buttons that were disabled, and I had no idea why. There were no required fields marked clearly. The entire process was really painful, and it was over 120 questions. It took me, I put 1.5 hours. It was probably more like 2. They said they would get back to me in 4 to 6 weeks to determine if I was eligible. And then after a little research, I found out it was 1 to 2 weeks before the first deposit happens. Now, here's the kicker. People have to go through this again and refile every 2 weeks for unemployment. So let me level set here. I also decided to sign my dog up for some things that ultimately benefit the US government. Things such as the 2020 census, which we got through in 17 questions in under 6 minutes. We signed her up for the National Guard. That was super easy in 5 minutes, and we had a promise for a callback in 3 days or less. And then lastly, it was so easy, you guys, to try to donate to the federal government. I even had to put in my credit card information. That happened in less than 10 minutes. It was such an easy, beautifully designed process. So my point is, discouraging users for signing up for things like unemployment saves our state money in the long term. And this is all done by design. If the user's end goal is not aligned with the organization's priorities, the experience tends to be exclusionary due to lack of motivation to streamline the inherent complexities. To say that differently, more simply, they want users to do this and not that, so the end result will reflect those motivations. The same thing happens in private business. Signing up for something is almost always easier than unsubscribing. And I think we need to think about offboarding just as we think about onboarding. Just as there are wanted behaviors and unwanted behaviors, there is a bias towards good and bad customers. And often this manifests as discrimination against people of color or low income or low educated consumers. And there's actually a name for this process. It's called demarketing. And there are 3 types of demarketing. The first is general. So this is like a campaign to just basically tell the public not to do a thing. DARE, the McGruff crime dog, wearing a mask for COVID. All of these things are general demarketing. The next one is ostensible marketing. And this is basically creating a fake shortage. So here you can see limited time offer for a Yeti, but really you can get a Yeti whenever you want one. And then the last one, which is the most interesting to me, is something called selective demarketing. And this is targeting a class of consumers, usually white middle class, and discouraging demand by a certain group of customers. And this can be done in a lot of different ways. Number one is, setting the initial price point super high, so that discourages low-income communities to purchase it, and then later they lower the prices to meet market needs. The next is, product design and advertising can also be very exclusionary. So I went and looked up the top 5 most luxurious hotels in New York City, and all the landing pages had only white people, with the exception of, in the top left corner, you can see a bellboy. Selective demarketing is a really old practice, but it's become more and more powerful the more we move online. In 2012, the term selective demarketing evolved into dark marketing after Facebook allowed advertisers to choose good customers and exclude bad customers. This tool, unfortunately, has been the foundation for dark marketing across social media platforms for the past 8 years. And this is not just for, a Yeti. This is used by financial, political, and real estate institutions, and it contributes towards social, economic, and racial segregation. When they built this tool, all of the other big contenders like Google started to build their own versions of it. It's basically, I want to market to people just in these neighborhoods and not those neighborhoods. It was basically a tool for digital redlining. And redlining, if you don't know, is a practice that puts services out of reach for certain communities that are deemed undesirable. The National Fair Housing Act, however, sued Facebook for discriminatory housing practices in 2016. They just removed the feature and won that lawsuit last year. This type of thing also takes physical form. Just as most hostile design, city planners and architects have historically used this hostile architecture to achieve discriminatory goals. For instance, this is a bridge in New York City designed by architect Robert Moses in the mid-20th century. You can see that the bridge is really, really low, and he built that by design. He knew that lower income communities relied heavily on public transport, so he built the overpasses to be too low for buses to pass through. And it was an effort to keep people who were living in poverty within the city limits. Whereas, predominantly white people, higher income people who had their own cars could just drive through it. There are a lot of different examples of this type of hostile architecture, and I'm probably not the right one to talk to you about them, but as systematic racism in design is something I've decided to research and learn about and talk about in an effort to better myself, but also contribute to the collective discussion. So like many others, I went to Google to see if I could find some examples for myself of the problem. So I started searching Google. And the first thing I looked for, video playing. Yes. First thing I searched for was beautiful face. Almost all white. The next thing I searched for was handsome face. I think that one is all white there. I tried out adorable kid. The next one I tried was professional woman. And then cute baby. After doing this, I thought to myself, man, I can't be the first person who noticed this. So I started looking into it, and I found that Google has gotten itself into trouble before. In 2016, they found Google's racial bias in 3 Black teenagers versus 3 white teenagers. And then a few months later, they found a difference between unprofessional and professional hairstyles for work. And Google's response to this was basically, our image search results are a reflection of blah, 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 blah. Basically, it's not our fault. It's the algorithm. Preventing algorithmic discrimination is a challenge. I get it. But ideally, we want our software to behave like a considerate human being. And I know for a fact that there are things that Google has modified their algorithms for why not this? I think it qualifies as exclusionary design because there is a lack of financial motivation to change it. And if it's by design, then it can be redesigned. These algorithms, these government systems, these pandemic solutions, these crappy benches, all of these things are built and intended to benefit people. So why are they built as preventative design? Why are they exclusionary? More importantly, what can we do about it? The first question I asked was, well, what we need to do is prove to our companies that inclusion and empathy can be profitable. But then I asked myself, why do we need to prove this in the first place? The companies that will endure over time are the ones that practice empathy and equity because it's the right thing to do. Ethically transparent companies are becoming the expectation and not the norm, and that is good news. And I think it's because we as creators and developers and strategists and directors, we all care deeply about inclusion. That's great, but really, what can we do? It's not very actionable. I think, yes, we need to adopt new behaviors and break old habits to move forward. But what we need to do is support companies that are transparent and inclusive. In the short term, whatever solution we come up with will need to somehow align with financial incentives because, let's be honest, money rules the world. Eventually, our tech will evolve to prioritize people over money, but I don't think we're quite there yet. So here's my best argument. Honesty and transparency builds trust, and trust builds confidence in a product. But here are some of the smaller digital actionable patterns that I've seen that maybe you create that we can consider when designing for inclusion. The first is challenge your defaults. Is male before female? Are there other gender options? Is white the first selection? If your product has avatars, what do they look like? For the designers listening, if you're using dummy copy, are you using John Smith? Why? John Smith connotates it's a white man, so let's diversify that. The next thing is, reach out to your friendly local content strategists. Learn about the Plain Writing Act. Can you simplify? Many times I've come across especially dense documentation, and it's out of a place of love, but also out of a place of we legally have to say, and I respect that. But there are many places to adhere to legal requirements that aren't embedded into the needed to know by human being information. To the left here is a pamphlet issued by the French government that was given out during the beginning of the pandemic that was basically here to tell people, these are the only reasons you need to leave your house. An accessibility advocacy group reached out to the French government and started a petition to make it more accessible to readers who had lower literacy, and this is where they landed. In this example, which, like I said, is from the pandemic, people have a heightened need for information, and literacy barriers can be life-threatening. Think about more than screen readers when you're thinking about accessibility. Be thoughtful with your terms. Instead of blind review, maybe anonymous review, because it can phase the same thing. When I say the next thing is, really think through your physical attributes of your product. And when I say that, I mean, if you design posters, how high are they going to hang up? If you design a digital keyboard, how big or small do fingers have to be to hit the keys? If your app has notifications, can you make the phone vibrate when it happens? And to the left here is an actual photo of my friend's apartment. She's a paraplegic, and this is the day I got roped into helping her move. 2 years later, she still lives there, and she lives via takeout food because she can't reach the oven controls, the stovetop controls, the microwave, or the freezer. And this is a typical American kitchen. Most people, normal people, can't afford specialty, custom-built appliances and architecture. And if you ever have an extra minute, look into accessibility and appliance design because it's absolutely fascinating. Finally, empathetic inclusion. Diversify your team, and I'm betting a lot of the people listening today don't work directly in HR. So the next best thing you can do is create a safe feedback zone. I think self-interest is always transparent. I got this message on the left from the Telegraph about Father's Day, and I try to imagine the moment that some brave person spoke up about their own experience in a meeting that led to this email being sent. And it probably wouldn't have happened if they didn't feel safe in their team or their company. also, try to co-create and try to think about how your product affects people in your life that are not you. And look, we can't solve world peace today. I get it. But we can start thinking about how to redefine our goals to encourage empathy and inclusion. We can do that in our own products, but also by holding companies that we give our money to at a high standard. Things have changed since the pandemic hit, big things and small things and daily things. And because of all these changes, new routines have led new users and companies to have a greater willingness to experiment. So let's capitalize on that, because we have to really work to get out of the thinking that if it doesn't affect you, it doesn't exist to you. Thank you.
We have some questions for you, Lindsay. Great information you shared, a lot to think about here. It's some really good points. We have a question from Vanderbean, and I'm not sure what this site is. They said, what about, in quotes, awards in reference to their listed inaccessible hostile sites? Are you familiar with that platform?
Well, there's like darkpatterns.org that kind of put up, images and instances when things aren't accessible to kind of shame companies into doing the right thing. Is that kind of what you're thinking of?
I'm not sure. This came from someone in the YouTube chat. So,
if I understand, if it's handing out awards for excellence in accessibility is definitely a step in the right direction. But also sites like darkpatterns.org that kind of shame companies that aren't doing the right thing is another. I mean, it's not exactly the most PC way to do it, but it is a way to get companies to kind of step up and do the right thing when it comes to accessibility.
I guess, how do you recommend that people do try to bring things to companies' attention? Like if you try to use something or see something.
Yeah.
Is it worth it to go to their feedback and try and, let them know that, hey, I saw this? Or...
Some of the things I've been doing recently is through user research, be able to tell stories to people who are in positions to change things at your company. If you're able to do research and, you have a friend who's like, this headline is, offensive to me, and here's why. Instead of having data to say, oh, well, this demographic is not hitting as hard as this demographic, always when you have a personal story to tell about a problem, I found that sometimes change happens that way faster than, here's a dashboard of analytics and, we're hitting a demographic and missing another. So I always like to kind of try to put a personal touch.
Stories are so powerful. I have another question here that from Ken. Is all geographically targeted marketing bad?
That is an excellent question. I think if it has to do with neighborhood, geographic targeting works if I'm selling mountain hiking shoes, and I'm probably not going to want to target people in cities. I'll probably want to target people in mountainous zones. So I think if you're actually thinking of topography, it makes sense. But if you're thinking of, well, I know that this is, a Black neighborhood, and I want, like white high-income consumers, I don't think that that's a fair way to target audiences.
So I think, for a lot of local businesses, it is a geographic sort of thing. I'm not going to go to a daycare that's 40 miles from my house, or, something like that is something. I know from my work with my customers, though, there's so much noise out in the marketplace. So the best recommendation is always to figure out who is your customer and target them, because it's going to fall on deaf ears for other people. I appreciate all the examples that you gave, and I think it's definitely something to think about. But it's hard to balance. If you offer a luxury product, is it wrong to market to the top 25% of income if those are the people that can afford it.
Yeah, I think that's a great point. I think when you're doing selective demarketing, income makes sense as a marketing tactic, but how can we start thinking about these methods of marketing in a more inclusive way?
Yeah, I think it's really good discussion to have and things to put front and center as you're doing at it and trying to really be strategic and thoughtful about the process. I think a lot of times it's that thought process is just not in people's heads. So we have just a couple more seconds here. I know that Lindsay said you will be in the happiness hallway track after this, and also at the after party to continue discussion and have a lot more questions. So thank you very much for your presentation. Super insightful and great information. And stay tuned in this track for the closing remarks coming up. And I hope everyone is getting ready for our after party for this as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Donna.
Hello, everybody. We hope you had a great time at WordCamp Philly. Thank you so much for coming. We want to say a special thank you to all of our speakers, community organizations, volunteers, and organizers who made this event possible. We absolutely could not have done this without your energy and determination. So thank you, thank you, thank you.
We look forward to seeing you all at our virtual after party that begins at 4:30. The party will feature opportunities to connect with speakers and other attendees. Hey, and you might even just win some great swag if you take part in our after party game. You can find the link to the after party on the WordCamp Philly homepage, schedule, and on our after party page.
We also, again, would just like to thank our sponsors. Without them, WordCamp Philly would not have been possible. And in particular, again, we would like to thank our gold sponsors, Bluehost, GoDaddy Pro, Janos, Jetpack, Nexus, Wiedenhammer, WP Engine, WooCommerce, and Yoast. Thanks again for joining us, and we hope that we will be able to gather again in person in 2021. But until then, see you at the after party at 4:30. Hope you can join us.
It's a wrap. Cheers, everyone. Thanks.